Alrighty, let's put this down a bit. We'll need to kind of do this, I believe, today. Let's leave that there. Spam, my friend. Good morning. How are you doing? Probably does not exist in iCourse section. Interesting. iCourse section. Yeah, that's true, right? Yeah. This should be sections, right? Wait, what is this? Good, man, good. I actually made my coffee. Need to start drinking it. How is life, dude? This should be lectures, right? Yeah, exactly. That's that's the life of most students. So don't worry. I'm sure that I've been there many years ago as well, and many others. So I would say, don't worry too much, man. That's just how it is. Okay, so and then this here, we're gonna have to use course utils, right? I think this is actually the only place, pretty much, right? So if I say course utils dot get sections, then in theory that should, right? get section by lecture. Right, okay, so here we also have to kind of say course utils.get sections and then give it this, right? Am I right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but that is often an issue, right? Making radical decisions, right? Maybe you should just stop with one. I mean, respect for that. I'm fully behind you, and I send you my support. But usually, one can set him or herself up for failure very easily by setting, you know, unexpected, like unrealistic expectations, right? That's how it is, Spam, man. That's how it is. I mean, enjoy while you're in school. It might feel like the worst thing on the planet, but once the real life starts, I drink a liter of coffee every day because I love it. So we all have some. We're all guilty of something, right? You know, we are self-destructive. Humanity is gonna self-destruct anyway, right? So we are anyway. You and I and all of us, we're killing each other every day, right? So I mean, you have to pick your poison, right? I'm not ideal. I mean, I come here to talk to this microphone, appearing almost as I'm some sort of a fuck no. But yeah, I mean, everything. It's I was exaggerating a little bit. I don't drink a liter of coffee, of course not. I drink 1 or 2, 3, 5 coffee if I want. But I think on average 2, 3 coffees a day max is what I drink. I have a professional coffee machine. It's kind of my hobby, the barista stuff, right? I buy different types of coffees. I change the pump several times in my machine, so it's also a hobby in a way, right? But cigarettes and alcohol and of course drugs, that is something you should run away from, like from a gun or a knife, right? Coffee and stuff, you gotta pick your poison, right? Drinking Coca-Cola is probably 10 times more unhealthy than drinking coffee, right? So again, you gotta pick your poison. Otherwise, you're not gonna live your life if you just try to be ideal in every sense of it, right? Okay, so this actually happened surprisingly. I don't think that coffee has anything to do with productivity. Productivity is a broad thing, and coffee and stuff, these are the things that, sure, Red Bulls and stuff, they can lift you up temporarily, but then at one point in time you just crash, right? So no, I don't think so. Productivity has anything to do with chemicals. Productivity has to do with discipline and continuity and maturity and stuff like that. And when I say maturity, I'm not implying that because I remember that you're young, Spam, you're like 18. I'm not saying that because you're here. There are many adults out there who are immature, right? You can be 50 and still be immature, right? And you can be 15 and be mature, right? So, well, I mean, coffee does give people some energy boost, but that's not to say that they're productive because they're drinking coffee. That's like saying they're productive because they're sniffing cocaine, right? I mean, we are talking about exceptions here, right? Most people I know, they don't drink coffee. Most developers I know, they don't drink, right? So you have to optimize your life, and actually a life cannot be optimized. Life has to be, it's like diet. You know, when people say I'm gonna go on a diet, right? I'm gonna stop eating this and I'm gonna start eating that. The reason why that never works ever for anybody, it works temporarily, is because people go back to their old habits. So instead of actually making a nice balanced life, you know, you just replace your habits with something else temporarily. So yeah, but try to keep that diet your life. You get what I mean? When I say your life, I mean try to integrate that diet as, that's it, this is how I eat, this is whatever. Because everything else is going to lead to a huge downfall. I've seen this with many people in my life, friends mostly from work, right? Yeah, I'm on a diet, and they go to the gym, they run, they blah, 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 blah. And then at one point in time, when one tiny little Lego or domino falls, right, in that chain of life, they just go back to the previous thing, and then it accelerates going downwards, right? It's quite actually almost a paradox of some sort, right? Exactly. I mean, it's just it has to become your it has to become something that it's part of your life. It's something natural to you. When you eat, you're not thinking, "Oh, I'm eating a new diet," you know. Or if you're running, you're not saying to yourself, "Oh, look at me, I'm running." Once you internalize this so much, where it becomes part of everyday. No coworker is going to come and say, do you want to have a 15-minute water break? I mean, I kind of disagree with that, to be very frank with you. I don't think that coworkers' responsibility is that, right? It's it's a personal responsibility of all of us to organize our time, right? You're right that coworker is not going to say that, but they have their own demons to fight, right? So we cannot have expectations of others to deal with our own personal problems. Everybody has their own inner demons, right? All of us. So, and we all have to deal with them, right? That's just how it is. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Okay, I'm getting a little astray a bit here, sorry. Okay, so what did I do now? Okay, so basically I'm just refactoring some stuff. There's a lot of features I need to round up before I start building other features, and things are now starting to look good with courses. So this is moved to an actual RTK store. We have all of our state mutations here now, which is beautiful. It's absolutely amazing. And now, what did I want to do? So wait, let me just see what do we actually have. So if I nuke this section, did we have that working? Yeah, so we can nuke them for now, right? Yeah. And then we had, I think I had a bug where, yeah, exactly, right? Give me a second. Yeah, okay, so there's a bug here for sure, right? Okay, so I'm just gonna go back here because I'm almost done with this. It's a lot of work, but it's some of these features I built are gonna be reused for various other features. So this is really gonna have a compounding effect there. So I'm not worried about the time because yeah, that's just how it is. By the way, Node.js 22 came out. You should actually absolutely upgrade to it, and you no longer need nodemon Node.js 22. As you can see here in my project, I'm basically no longer running nodemon because Node.js, the watch mode in Node.js is now finally got out from the experimental mode. So you can see now you can just run your node process by saying --watch, and it works. So you no longer need something to restart your something to watch for your files, right? That's one of the very cool things. And then the WebSockets are now fully implemented in Node.js, which is also a huge thing, right? So one day when we build a chat system for programming network, we're gonna use these native WebSockets for sure, at least for start. I'm actually genuinely interested to see how they implemented it and how they work. So that's gonna be cool. But yes, some very nice features came in the version 22. Yeah. Wait, actually, I need to just do this, right? Are there some minimum exercises and breaks that you recommend every adult to stay? Spam TV, I mean, I knew you enough via this stream to know that you're smart enough to know all of the answers to these questions, right? Your problem and problem of many individuals today, young or old or whatever, is that you're trying to find ways to keep procrastinating. As you said, you used the word procrastinate, right? People don't need guides on how to lose fat, how to stop smoking, how to, you deep inside already know this, right? I know you do, right? You're basically asking these questions because you're trying to defer more of not doing something, right? Most likely. You don't need me to tell you how to live a healthy life, right? Because that is common sense. You have to have friends and eat healthy and take a walk here and there, go outside, etc., etc. This has been constant since humanity exists. Hence, I don't want to say obvious things which everybody really knows. I know that all people know this. Some people have to hear it again. Some people need a little bit of pushback. But to, you know, how do you stay healthy? Well, I mean, you know that already, right? I'm sure that you do. Leo, my friend. So that's my take, spam, right? You just have to there's no shortcuts in life, really. Very rarely you're gonna find some shortcuts, right? That's just how it is. You have to that's it. And you older you get, more you realize this, right? What do I think of pull requests? Is that the question, Smadi? Oh, Smadi, sorry, I didn't see that yet. I'll have to take a look. I'm sorry, man. I've been traveling a bit with my family. Had an awesome fun at work. We're doing some cool things at work, and then I've been coding this offline, so I haven't had a chance to look yet, frankly. Sweden was awesome, and we went to some Orthodox monastery. My wife is religious, you know, so I mean, yeah. So we went there and had a really amazing time, and we all forests looked the same. Yeah, no, but we were in a kind of temple, like with so basically we were in some temple in Sweden with monks, but Swedish monks who speak Serbian. That was insane, man. That was the coolest thing I've seen. Like, you know, you see a Viking, man. These people were as Swedish as possible, like physically, and but some of them lived in Serbia for several years in other, so they're kind of monks, right? They live in the mountains in these places. They live a very humble life, and I was very humbled every time I go to one of these monasteries, these sanctuaries, right? No matter what the religion is, it doesn't really matter. It's the same crap, right? For the most part, you kind of get humbled now, and you see how people live in a non-materialistic world with nature and their own food that they produce and grow. I mean, it was awesome, and I'm not religious, unfortunately. I wish I was, but you know, my science in my head always struggled with belief system of such kind. But you know, I wish that I could be. I tried, but I couldn't. I failed. Yeah, man, it was amazing. I would advise everybody, no matter if you're religious or not or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Everybody has their own belief system in their head. It's super nice to go. Super nice to go. I enjoyed it a lot. Oh shit, man. I forgot to use the YouTube chat. Give me a second. I saw that I forgot something. Well, probably there's 4 people on YouTube. Well, I'm very sorry, people. Gorilla, hi. I'm sorry. I forgot to take this chat on my OBS. I just noticed. There's no chat in here. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? So it's not about that, right? What does the science say today? You're right. I mean, it doesn't say much, right? The biggest problem with me with any spiritual related stuff is that you're supposed to believe something and not question it, right? And this premise already breaks it for me, right? Of course, my wife is religious, so it's kind of, I get a little bit of that energy of her, good energy here and there, even though I'm not. But I cannot go with something that's basically telling you just believe it, don't worry, don't question it, just believe it blindly, right? Because that's literally opposite how my brain works. My brain is very methodical and factual, right? For me, truth and facts matter. I wouldn't live if without it. The world wouldn't make sense without truth, right? Then nothing would make sense and nothing would matter, right? So no, it's not even programming, man. I mean, even without programming, it's just truth has to be the. I mean, I think religion is like salary and intimate stuff with your wife or your husband, right? You don't talk about it, right? Because and you probably don't want to talk about it because these are huge conflicting points, right? So I don't like. I'm very happy for people who believe in anything genuinely. If it if it helps with their mindfulness, if it helps them to be happy, I would just as well say to people, believe in Power Rangers if you want, right? Or Santa Claus. I mean, it's a function of something. If you think of us as a scientist, right, or as an engineer, everything is a function of something, right? Every single thing has some function, right? And function of religion is inner peace. You know, some people are scared, like, fuck, is this it? If I die, I'm just gonna rot. Some people need to feel that, you know, and more power to them. If they need that, that's No, man, absolutely, dude. I again, it's not my choice, right? It was a struggle for me, always is, right? It's of course that we all sometimes doubt, am I right or wrong, right? So don't take me wrong, right? But overall, look, it's a beautiful thing. I think for those who can lift themselves up spiritually and believe that and carry it as a function of good, you know, more power to them, right? Yeah, for sure. Look, I'm by no means, trust me, again, my wife is very religious and I love that. And I believe it's a good function, right? I think that I think individually when people were following some of these, I think that all of these rules, at least written in these books, are very logical and very correct. So I do support them, right? If you read some of these old books, like you know, if you read the Bible or any of the previous books, right? I mean, it's very nice stories, very kind of humbling experience if you read that. I don't know about Quran or anything like that. I never read it, but I would probably assume it's no different, right? I would think that more or less these are plagiated books, copy pasted, right? I'm not so sure about that, right? So I think I have to disagree with that a little bit. Why? Mainly historically, right? Mainly historically, because you see, you had Crusader wars, you had Turks, and you had Islam, you know, trying to take. So a lot of these religions, yes, they were maybe regionally like uniting people, but globally they weren't. So I think religion should remain as is, but should be individual type of thing, right? It should have no saying in politics or national relations, because we know how it ended a few hundred years ago, right? For sure. But anyway, like, look, it's all about, you know, one thing, and I really have to continue coding, guys. I'm sorry, because otherwise, but let me just show you one thing. This is kind of what I realized recently, right? This is what I realized recently, right? When most people were poor, right? Most people were religious. So when most people were poor, most were religious, right? And then as people get wealthier, if I spell that properly, that kind of kept going down, right? But then as at least as Western society has gotten to the point of too much wealth. No, I don't think it has to do anything with education. No, I don't think at all. I don't think it has anything to do with reading or writing. Today, where are we now? Now we are at people seeking this again. I mean, ironically, people are seeking this again, but they don't want to do this. They're like, I'm going to do yoga, or I don't know, I'm going to meditate on a full moon with a dead lamb or some shit like that, right? So in simple words, people still need the same function of spirituality, right? People still need this function, right? My spirit is messed up, right? And I see that every day, man. I'm a tech lead, I work with people, I observe their feelings, I see. The world is so fast today, man. The life is so fast, and people are losing themselves. everybody, all of us are confused. We don't know what the hell is happening anymore, right? The wars, the AIs, the changes, the it's beautiful and amazing and scary and horrifying at the same time. You get what I mean, right? So people need this. People need the function of this, right? But they're kind of scared to speak up. Today, if you say that you're religious, you're treated as an idiot, right? But if if you say something else, right? So people are kind of still in this circle, right? You could say that this is some sort of a circle, right? And we are in this circle for sure. It's undeniable, right? We are in this circle again, and it seems that people are right. That doesn't really matter, right? I don't give a shit, nor I ever gave a crap what people think, right? So people are people, right? People will think all sorts of stupid things, right? I mean, people think that there's 200 genders as well, right? So we shouldn't be too obsessed with what people think, right? But either way, right? This is the circle, right? And people are trying to replace this initial thing we already had for thousands of years with some sort of a alternative, yogas and all of that bullshit, right? But that's how I see it. But either way, this function is needed. This function, let's call it a function of spirit. Call it an FN that takes in, a peace and humbleness as an argument, right? So that's how I think. Where do you find your behavioral patterns to be a better husband, better parent? I mean, it's logic, right? I mean, for me personally, I think for me, I spend a lot of time in my mind every day, and I try to genuinely, like what I speak, I try to practice, the Stoic mind, as I said, and some of that philosophy, and I mean, I live very simply, right? As I think at one point in Discord, I had this: treat others the way that you want to be treated, right? And if you ever need a reminder, just remind yourself like that, right? I'm never gonna say something to my wife or wish her to do that I wouldn't do myself. Same with my kid and stuff like that, right? So for me personally, these things are very simple, and even in practice, they're very simple because I can only control myself. And me and my wife, we've been together for 16 years now, and I always tell her, look, as long as you are normal and amazing as you are, we're best friends, I'm going to be as well, because for me, it's a constant, right? It's something that is very important to me, right? To be in control and to be stable. If I would lose control in any aspect of that, right, I would feel very, very defeated. I would feel that I defeated myself, because technically you can only defeat yourself, right? Nobody else can really do that. So it's just basic things. For me, it's very basic. You don't need to read books about it. You need to just humble yourself, understand that you're nobody. Like if any of us here disappear today, somebody just, blows us up and then we burn. I mean, there would be 5 people in your life who would be sad, right? So when you create this type of thing, right? No, I met my wife. In 2008, I worked as a Cisco engineer, and her mother was working on the top floor in the building where I worked. And her mom invited me to fix their computer. They had a computer they bought in Italy. It was in Italian, and they don't speak Italian. So I met her like that. We were friends for like 5-6 months, like literally just awesome friends. We got to know each other. We just went for coffees, walks, and stuff, and then. This was in, I was 20, I believe she was 19, or I was 19, she was 18, I don't remember. Yeah, for sure. That's why I say Bible is awesome, right? It's just for me, I came to this realization myself, but, I genuinely think that I'm nobody. I'm literally meaningless in this world. I'm only important to few people in my life, right? And that's it, man. Don't allow yourself to think that you're something because you're not. This is number one. When you humble yourself down, then everything is possible, right? If you develop some shitty ego thinking that you're some asshole or something, nobody is, man. And that's it. That's really the first step. Second step is, just behave towards others as you would want them to behave towards you. And it's super simple, right? And of course, you have to reflect. When you go to bed, when you have few minutes every day on your own, ask yourself, what did I do today? What were my interactions? How did I interact with Clara or John or my mother? What did I do? How did I make them feel, right? You have to, self-reflection is everything. If you don't self-reflect, you will never evolve into anything other than an asshole, right? And these are basic things, really. You don't need some deeper psychology, deeper philosophy, deeper, right? These things have, I mean, Aristotle and these guys have been speaking about this thousand years ago, right? So this is nothing new, nothing mind-blowing, right? This is common sense that people just, you have to have self-awareness, otherwise you will get nowhere, right? Because as I said many times, you should just compare to yourself how you were a day ago. How am I better today than I was yesterday? That's a good question to ask. What did I do today, or what am I gonna do today to be better than I was yesterday? Right? That's a tough one, right? It's kind of dude, shit. But it's a, you know, what will I learn today? How will I become better today? Right? And try it, and I mean, trust me, it's actually quite it works. No, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm just, you know, for me, there's one Serbian song and a Croatian song, sorry. And in that song, it says, I don't need anybody. It's just to translate, I need to translate it from Croatian. It says, I don't need anybody. My head still belongs to me. That's translated. It's a song from a band called Parni Valjak. It's called a love song. And he says, I don't need anybody. I don't need anyone to lead me. My head still belongs to me. And since I was very young, that sentence kind of stuck with me, especially due to the Balkans and all the bloody wars and hatred and stuff. That that piece of song was kind of a very nice direction towards something. I don't need anyone to lead me. My head still belongs to me, right? And this sentence as well stuck with me since I was very young because it's so true, right? You have leftists and rightists and this and that. But you have such an absence of critical thinking and absence of, personality, right? Of just logic and stuff. Just, hey, how about you actually think that one through yourself? Do you need, someone to just think it for you, right? So these are very important. These are the skills, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, that will differentiate humanity in hundreds of years from AI. The critical skills, critical problem solving skills, and logic, right? It's even today more increasingly than ever important to develop these skills because there's so much knowledge out there, so much information, and then they tell you, yeah, we have the fact checkers. We're gonna think for you. We're gonna tell you what a fact is. I work in an organization for deciding what a fact is. So don't you dare to think. I will tell you how to think. Okay. I guess I can start coding now. Fact checkers, my ass. Fact checkers have said, what the fuck, man? Fact checkers. Who would have thought in humanity that we're gonna have fact checkers? Like, what the hell is this? Is this some sort of a new fascism? Fact checkers. You don't need a book. You don't need anything. We will just check the facts for you. Don't you dare to think. Holy, like, hey. So fucking stupid, man. And actually it exists. I'm not even kidding. You know that there are fact checkers. People who confirm facts. The fact checkers. It's like Ghostbusters, man. Fact checkers. Jesus Christ, man. Are you kidding me? Okay. Oh, yeah. So that's what I wanted. Sorry. That's what I wanted to do. I came into this stream. I was like, I must focus on the work. And then a few of these super interesting discussions. I'm like, fuck, here we go. Okay, so here it is. Add a section. Okay. Yeah, influencers. Don't worry, I have checked with the fact checkers. Oh my god, are you kidding me, man? No, don't you worry. The fact checkers have confirmed the facts. Icon circle on add. Oh, wait, add. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this one was supposed to be actually something like this. We'll see. Bear with me. I need to. That's kind of useless what I just wrote there, but it's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Too strong. All right, cool. So that's optional now. Let's actually go to the stories, right? Add section, yeah. Add section item. Okay, so let's say here add lecture. Add lecture. Add course lecture, maybe. Yeah, and then adds course section. Add is course needed? I don't know. Add course. Baxi friend, hey there. Morning at noon. Oh my god. A lot of rakia last night, it seems. Spawn, what? I don't want to spawn a process, man. I want to span, not a spawn. Add lesson. Yeah, actually I like that as well. Bear with me. Yeah, I think so. But this is just a story, don't worry. This is not yet, we're not yet, this is just, we're just in isolation doing this. Add course section. And actually there was another thing. So man, this component is awesome. It's just grown in complexity because it's really, yeah, I mean, yeah, so this component, right, is doing a lot of stuff, right? But it's fine because we're gonna be able to reuse this for so many other features in the future. So I absolutely agree that, oh wow, you're still working on this crap. Well, of course I have very limited time, so I'm only building this in the stream. But you know, we have drag and drop here, so this is just the nature of it, right? The thing is, I mean, so Bill, and thank you very much for saying something. A lot of people are just silent. My problem isn't that, right? The biggest problem for me with any function of government or function of society like that is that these things are not scalable and we cannot as humanity validate their intention, right? Because it's the same. For example, the US for me is something that I observe as a perfect example of twisted ironies in a way, right? So for example, and actually the whole internet. I mean, that's why I don't have Twitter and any of these platforms, because it's impossible to have a reasonable, genuine intellectual discussion with general population on the internet anymore. So for example, if you're discussing something on Twitter, you're like, for example, when I read about war in Ukraine on Twitter, there's absolutely no discussion at all. Americans are, or here in the West, people are calling Russians, or any people who have any slight difference in opinion, or who want to think instantly Russian agent, Russian bot, this. These guys on the opposite are doing something similar. And then when you look at the news media, right, like news organization, for me, in theory, should be the cradle of truth. So you as a news anchor, as a person in news, you should be striving for the truth. But what do you have? You have CNN, for example, who and Fox News and stuff, who are, for example, putting themselves literally publicly, we are the right, we are the left. So man, you are the you give the news to the people. How can you classify yourself in one bucket or the other? You cannot be in any of these buckets, right? So the problem is that this is irony for me. It's hilarious. Like, how can you have news which openly classify themselves, for instance, as one or the other? So and then going back to the fact checkers is the same thing. Who are the people who are checking facts? I mean, who are they leaning towards, right? And they are leaning towards something. Hence, the facts that they are checking are always going to lead towards certain truth, right? Because the truth is yeah, I mean, the only way to stay objective is to I mean, this is very easy. Like, I have several like whiteboards here. I know it sounds very nerdy, but it's so easy to think when you just take few minutes to do it. You can take any of these conflicts, you can take any of the complex problems in life, and you can put them on a whiteboard or in Draw.io. Put it as a graph. I don't want to do that now, but you're gonna be mind blown. You see that what your brain can produce logically if you just give it a shot, right? Draw all of these parties in conflict, for instance, in a graph. Draw some vertices, some arrows pointing to each other, and you're going to very quickly start realizing what is this about, right? But it's definitely not what is in the media. It's not. Media has to simplify information. It's good and bad. In the media is always good and the bad side. There's never any rationality, any balance. Evil, good, black, white. It's like Hollywood. In Hollywood, you have some American defusing the bomb last 5 seconds of the movie, and then you have some Igor, like. So this has been the pattern for decades, right? And people are we're all brainwashed by it because it's so simple. It's so simple to have yes or no. If you have another variable now, a third option, fuck. Now I have to think. Now I have to, okay, well, it's not 1 or 2, maybe it's 3, right? So, but it doesn't really, I don't think that anybody really cares what the truth is. The only truth is, nobody cares what the truth is. I think the only time when people start caring about the truth is when these things come to their door. For me here in Denmark, for some of you in Germany, US, whatever, we're well off, right? Bombs are not falling next to my building or killing my children. And as long as we live like that, like hypocrites, right, we are all good. We don't care. Let's face it. Nobody cares. You have these Twitter heroes with these flags. Every year there's a different flag on somebody's profile, right? They're just heroes on the internet, right? If they were true heroes, they would actually go and show the lead by example, right? But either way, we don't really care. The truth is we're well off, and as long as we are safe here, once that crap comes to your door, exactly. So that's just how it is, right? So let's not pretend that we are some sort of a fully caring people. We're not, right? We're not. Because, yeah, if we were, things would be different. Wait, in this project here I wrote, fuck, I always forget to link the, man, like I'm so bad at this Twitch thing, I guess, because I'm not an average Twitch guy. I forget. Oh, fuck, I pinned a wrong thing. Jesus Christ, pinned a random message. Yeah, I mean, Leo, these things are way complicated, right? And yeah. Let's just stay in our domain of programming and hope we can still program in a couple of years. That's just how it is. That's always has been. World has always been about power and nothing else. That has always been an absolute constant. It never went away, it never changed, and it never will. Few decades you're gonna be under one boot, another decade you're gonna be under one boot, and that's how it is. We had the Alexander the Great, we had the the Romans, the Greeks, the Turks, the Americans, the Chinese, the Russians. You know, we'll see who's gonna be the next world power in 100 years. We can just hope it's gonna be a comfortable boot to hold on our necks. As long as the boot is not pressing our necks too much, we are all very happily gonna embrace it. Okay, so we have the labels now. That's the one thing that I wanted to add. But if I go back here, didn't I leave a comment somewhere? Kumar, that good day, friend. Unsorted. Set section. Yeah, handles sort. Yeah. So this is unsorted. Good afternoon to you as well, buddy. So yes, I'm just gonna rename this. It's like it's a living it's a living thing, it seems, right? So it's just I use it and then I adjust. So let's just call this on sorted. I mean, nothing is gonna happen. I don't think that I wouldn't be worried in an existential way, right? I mean, like the thing is, again, let me prove you why. Let me prove you why we're hypocrites, right? Let me just prove you that in 2 seconds, right? The reason why we are hypocrites, right? Because now a lot of us are crying about war in Ukraine, right? Why? Is it because we care about Ukraine? Of course it isn't, man. It's because now it's closer to you. Because, man, these wars are nothing new. We've been obliterating Middle East for past 50 years, 100 years, right? Nobody spoke about it, really. Who gave a fuck some child in Middle East got blown by a grenade? Who cares, right? So this is nothing new. There is nothing to dramatize about. This is yet another war exactly, right? So there's no difference, right? The only difference now is it's a little bit closer, and then like, what if the war comes to our doors, right? Well, you haven't been thinking that way when you've been obliterating the half of the Middle East, for instance, right? So that's why I say it's very hypocritical, right? Now suddenly everybody's emotional, right? Because it's happening right next to them. Well, it's a very evil thing to evaluate the price of human life based on kilometers away from your border, right? It's like, oh, well, imagine our equation, man. Like, our equation is like, literally, you evaluate human life based on where they are on the map. Middle East, who gives a shit, right? Ukraine, that's a little close to us, so it matters, right? Imagine how evil that is, man. It's incredible, man. And this is where I want to see the world coming to. Just coming to the mutual agreement. We can't live without each other, man. This world is yeah, next to me, care, don't care. That's a good function. So the function of human life for us here is it's like this is the function of life. I think we just invented a function is life worth it. Distance. If distance is I don't, yeah, let's say is close to me, return true. I don't have a return. Yeah. This is how we think. This is how we think, right? Isn't that, how evil is that, right? Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Raphael, my friend, good to see you, dude. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Incredible, man. Incredible. Okay, so this I kind of did, and oops, we're gonna push that. Wait a minute. Now there's one thing though, just one more thing. Fuck, how can I test that in here? And that's a huge problem I have with this thing. So we need to fix that in a storybook. I guess, yeah, I guess I'll just put a button in here that when I click it, that's gonna add an item to a section, right? So because there's some rendering issues, some reconciliation is failing because it doesn't understand that something has changed, right? Yes. No, but I don't want to add a section. I want to, so sections, items. And where did I add this button? Which story is it? Give me a second. This is add section. Yeah, here, add item. But that's cool, right? But give me a second. Yeah, pretty much. Let's just do it like this. Okay, so this is gonna add a section. So I just need to do this. I'm very sorry. And actually, I'll just do another thing over here very quickly. So I'll just copy this object. I'll get just one section, so I'm gonna hard code this one in here. Now I'm not actually gonna save that. And I'm actually gonna go back here and I'll set sections, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna hard code it just for this one here because I need more control here because Faker is just randomizing my data every time. Okay, and then we have these two fellas, right? So I'm just gonna leave one again, just so it's easier. Hi YouTube. And now what I want to do, I want to add one there and remove it and stuff like that. Holy luck. Okay, so I'll do that quickly, hopefully. And then we can get rid of this kinda, right? Let's make sure. Yeah, okay, good. Yes, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say here, I'll just actually I don't need just this works, I know already, so I'm gonna say set sections, and then so let's just do it like this. Yeah, that's so weird, man. How does that work? How is that possible? Yeah, that's not kinda even supposed to work, man. Yeah, that's so weird, man. Okay, well, let's go. Okay, I mean, let's just leave it like that. I don't actually know. We'll need to get back to this soon, I think. Um, and Smadi, I don't know if you're still there, but oh shit, man. Yeah, actually, I had this issue before. It's okay. We'll leave it. It doesn't have to pass now. But I think Smadi said that he had some PRs or something. Okay, wow, that's cool. Okay, nice, nice. Mm-hmm. Nice. Nice. Very cool. Cool, cool. Radio group types. Okay, so that's somebody has been paying attention as a ESLint cache. Cool, cool. Alright, we'll need to check out and see that. What is this? So there's two. Prevent title and description record to be overlapping. Icon. Wow, cool. Implementability, resort images in image selector. Resort added unit test for image selector, new prop. Cool. Fuck, we need to merge this. Thank you, Smari, if you're still there. That's cool. Let's just put this here on our priority. Okay, cool. So that's cool, I guess, right? Fast checkers. So yeah, so okay, good. Chat has calmed down a bit, so that's great. Let's just up this version here. And what did I actually do in this PR? From all of our discussions, I completely unsorted. I see. Unsorted. So that's cool, actually. I like that. That's cool. This is not much, so we just renamed that prop, right? Yep. We added 2 new things. Yeah, so the only thing that's worrying me a little bit is how I implemented this drag and drop manually, right? The only thing that worries me a bit is that there's something feels a little bit wrong here. And I wonder if I should, because I do have the local items. Yes, something feels a bit. Let me review this. Let's actually give it to the Chat GPT, man. I need to use the robot way more. Review my code and ensure that the list will always be re-rendered when the items change. Let's see what is our compatriot is going to say. Compatriot. Oh, didn't we do this? Oh, that's what we're missing. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Set local items. Did I miss this? I did. But let's see. Okay. What else does it saying on dragged local items? Huh. That's interesting. But is that the way? Is that the way? Let's see. All right, we'll see. This is the way. Shancode van debug, yeah. Let's just make sure that this guy, or memo or whatever, actually, you probably noticed today we're playing a little bit of strange music. I just feel like playing some super chill stuff. I hope that's fine. No, this is like a retro music of some sort. Okay. Okay, but let me just rethink this for a little while, because okay, so why did I implement local items here? What is their function? That's a bit weird. Do I really need this? I guess I do, yeah. I guess I do, yes. Of course I do, because I need to then hit there. So when my items changed, we gonna do this. And then when I drag, we're gonna give it this, right? Okay, we'll check that in a moment. That's what it is. So let's push this to npm. And that, and this, and that. Okay, maybe not that one. Wait, let's play some Elven Forest from World of Warcraft. Is it this version? Yeah. Cool. Oh. Tinkolama had an update. Let's see. Where's my llama? Oh, llama. Here it is. Restart to update. Oh, well, how the fuck did this fail, man? Are you kidding me, man? Come on, dude. Seriously. This is so annoying. Okay, never mind. It's not annoying. Let me retract that. It's not annoying. That's why I have a CI to fail, right? It's just I'm annoying myself a bit. That's what I meant. We need to update the tests, right? So this is no longer called set section. It's called on sorted, right? It's just a test. Yeah, it's actually fine. Okay, that's what it is. Let's go here to releases. I just need to remove this tag now, right? Because that's one little tiny detail where the CI could be improved. So I'm gonna just gonna remove this tag. I'll push this. I mean, every physical or digital thing on the planet has imperfections, right? Let's call them not call them bugs. Let's call them imperfections. Like when somebody builds your apartment, that apartment has imperfections, right? It's simply it's just a common sense, right? It's impossible. Perfection doesn't exist, right? So of course, right? And it's not that it doesn't exist. It's also not necessary, right? We don't need perfect things to exist to function, right? Because if we strive for that, then we're gonna waste a lot of time in unnecessary things, right? So of course, software is no different than, you know, when you buy an apartment, there's gonna be some stuff in it that's not gonna be great ever. So it's no different with the software, right? You're perfect. I'm perfect. And actually, there was another thing that I saw. I don't think that that programmatically actually that was another thing, but that's what it is. Because if I take a look at the story here, you will notice that in fact, if you take a look at this expanded, right? So you can see that really expanded sections, like you can see that this actually doesn't work, right? Because when I open this section isn't actually expanded. So that kind of is another little bug that I found, which is a bit weird. Where is this expanded? Or maybe it does work, but it's just maybe the ID that I'm giving it is wrong. Actually, most likely that's it, right? If we get over here, right? Yeah, so for example, here, if we set the ID to 1, and what is the story? Add, blah, blah, blah. So actually, yeah, so it does work, we can see. It's just that the ID was actually wrong, right? Okay, cool. Let's see if this is... Okay, so that's good. That is great. La 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 la. Okay, cool. So let's see what is the are we there? Are we there yet? So let's go over here. Let's search for Yale. Let's bump that bad boy. Let's kind of quit this stuff. Let's stop that. Let's wait for this to end on npm. You should add it to git ignore. Yep, for sure. You should for sure add it to git ignore. Yep. Nice, man. If you have some pictures, you should probably smack it. I always wanted to see that live. I actually never did. The fuck happened? What? Something's not right? Yeah, we broke something. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Whew. Got a cold sweat right there. Got a cold sweat right there. Wait, I need to just reload the TS server. It's failing to understand the new types from our library that we pushed. Yeah. Nah, that didn't work. Fuck my life, man. Or wait, maybe it did. Oh yeah, good, it does. So what is... Oh shit, this is not good, man. Oh, okay. No, so that's almost great. So it's almost good. It's almost good. Yeah, I mean, it's almost good, right? But not quite, because now we have a different problem, right? Now the sort is being called... Ah, dude, that really sucks ass, man. But anyway, that's what it is. It's a complicated component. But yeah, the problem is, though, is that... This now is going to call set local items. And then when local items change, they're gonna automatically call this, right? On dragged, right? So that's it, I think. This was a little regression, right? Because this is what we really want to do, I think. Let's double check that, but I'm almost certain that that was a little tiny issue there, right? Let's go to with drag and drop here. And also this is the problem, right? So this is a concurrency problem now, right? With new world order. Okay. So we want to do this. We want to set the local items, right? But then we also want to set the local ones. I think that's the issue, right? Handle drop, yeah, handle drag. Okay, cool. But I wonder now, are we back now to a previous problem we had, right? Because this works. Let's try, okay. So we need just a bit more time with this, just to finalize all of it. And then where's this add section and section item? So here we need to also be able to give me 2 seconds. We need to be able to click on them. Why did I disable that? What other props do I have here? On section click, yeah, on section click, on section item click, yeah. So this is what I need. And what were the props of this? Draggable list item, yeah. Yeah, so we can see that this now no longer works, right? So if we do this, right, you can see now that they're actually, so on click, I should be removing them, right? So let's actually now play with this. What if I do this? So I do bam, bam, bam. So now it works, right? So we need that effect, right? So this has been the problem, in fact, right? But the problem now with this, though, is that if we do this, Where's our story? Let's enable drag and drop. Has draggable section items. True, right? So if we do this now again, that is weird. I mean, that's amazing if it works. It's just a bit weird though. Okay, great. And what about editing? So and what yeah. I mean that looks good so far, but yeah. So it seems to be that was a little, can we call it regression or a bug that we had, right? That we, it's always we when there's a mistake, and when there's no issues, it's always I. What a great character, right? Okay, so that's fine, honestly. That is absolutely fine. I think I like that a lot. It's kind of, yeah, it's getting closer to being fully operational, and then we can reuse this fella in many other features in the future. I'm certain of that. And we will. Okay, let's deploy this. Let's push this to npm again. Then Smadi or somebody else, if you get a chance to go through this again, and I would appreciate help from you guys, because I have such a little time to do this, and I want to do it so much. So if some of you guys in the community have the time to help with Yale, I would appreciate it so much. Like, I'll do all of these design decisions and stuff. I think this looks amazing and feels amazing, but then having somebody to just do another round and fine tune everything, that would be fantastic, right? So you don't need to do any design, if you don't like that, but you can just run the Yale, right, and see if there's any bugs, and just, Well, Leo, I mean, you should also contribute to Yale. I mean, you've been in this stream for so long, and you contributed so much by just being here. But you could learn a lot, man, and you could jump on a call with me, just as Raphael, right? Raphael, Zaire, he's now helping out a bit, and we've been on a Discord talking to each other yesterday. He's also young as you. He's 18. There's a lot of you guys that I'm very happy to mentor with some mutual commitment, right? And you just need to spend a few hours a week. That's really all. Yeah, man, I'm double the age of that. Can you imagine? I would appreciate it again. I will be doing this project for many years to come, without a doubt, regardless of what somebody thinks. I don't care. And I know that one day I'll build a community on it. 17, there you go. So yeah, many of you have opportunity to learn from me, and I'm in the center of Copenhagen. I work for awesome companies. I have awesome experience. I think that's incredible. But you can see how hard it is for many of you to commit to anything, right? Because committing to something takes maturity, takes passion, right? I don't think that they're building crazy stuff. I have to disagree with that. I don't think that it's crazy at all. I don't think it's crazy at all, Smaddy. I think with the amount of content, the amount of knowledge out there, streams like this where you can ask questions, I think new generation could be 10 times even smarter and better, right? So I don't find that incredible at all, right? I mean, I'm doing this 5 hours a week with kid and wife and stuff, and still building a lot of things, and it's fairly complex, large project, right? So I don't think so, no. I mean, you have all the information on palm of your hand in 2 seconds today. AI, streams like this, YouTube, whatever. The knowledge is there, right? So not at all. I don't think so. Think it can be it can be a lot better. That's just my take. I'm not saying that I'm actually, I mean, the new generation is amazing, don't take me wrong. I mean, of course, because they have so much content, so much knowledge, blah blah blah, right? But could be also better. Could be better with the right focus. And no, I don't think there's a process for it, unfortunately, right? I think that the only tangible long-term learning for human beings is by doing, right? I think that so bottom-down approach, top-down approach, bottom-down, beautiful. Top-down approach is for most people something that works, right? You need to find something that you want to do. If you want to learn to play an instrument, you start playing songs right away. If you want to learn programming, you want to get your hands dirty as quickly as possible, meaning build some to-do app, build something, right? No, I fully get you, Leo. It's by no means a commitment, right? It's just, I'm always happy to as I have been through this stream, to give back by mentoring and stuff, right? Because that's the only way I can do right now. That's so weird. Why is it not working still? Mauser GP, hey buddy. That's so weird, man. How come that that's Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, so it's still so in the client project, it's still actually not doing it. It's so weird. Okay, but that's fine. Maybe let's take a look now at our RTK store, right? So delete lecture, right? Maybe the issue lies in here, right? Yeah, it does. It does. This should no longer be. Yeah. So this is the problem. Nice, man. Nice. No matter the technology doesn't matter, man. Just focus on building things, right? Django, not Django, right? Whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? Just build. Whatever the stack you like, whatever you prefer, whatever your values are, just build, right? Don't worry much about technology, right? It doesn't really matter. Yeah, so we're not there yet. I have all of this written down, Smadio, right? So it will. I have a huge list of things we have to fix here, right? Where is my backlog? Wasn't it here? Yeah. So before we build projects that Raphael Zaire helped with and the CV PDF generator, we need to fix this. It's going to take a couple of more days, I think. It looks a lot, but it's not. Most of these are tiny. So once we're done now with this accordion issue and courses, I'm gonna do that. Okay, so creating a lecture, and then there's something wrong with this content in here, maybe. Yeah, the content is not actually, so that's bad. Okay. Oh yeah, so now we also have, let's just reload the TS server. So now we also have, right, the labels that I've extended. So you can see this accordion now can do a lot of things, and that is always, like that is always a little tragic in a way, but it's required here, right? Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. There's a because I never, then once all of these features are stabilized, right, then I'm going to start sharing this platform. I'm going to organize a JavaScript meetup in Copenhagen again, and we'll just have a physical meetup, and then I'm going to live stream it and stuff. So then I'm going to start getting people to the platform and starting to kind of okay, let me just make sure of one thing though. Okay, so it's no longer doing what it was doing. That's great. Okay, so it's getting to the point where it's amazing. So I've moved stuff to the RTK. We'll actually probably need to start using the query RTK query. So then we're gonna have to memorize this state. These tickets are free. These meetups are always free. So of course, absolutely. I'm actually looking forward to that soon. Once we finalize this and once meetups are done, I'm gonna organize a meetup and then I'm gonna basically share it here under meetups, right? So here we're gonna have I'm gonna remove these dummy ones, and then we're gonna have an ongoing meetup here. That's my plan, at least one of the plans, how to start getting people. That would be amazing, man. That would be amazing. I mean, that it wouldn't even like. Unfortunately, this stream and this project didn't go even remotely as I planned, right? Because I didn't know 1 year ago or more when I started streaming on Twitch. I didn't know what to expect, right? Unfortunately, Twitch is not, as I said many times, the greatest platform to do this type of stuff. Mostly, it's young kids, broke, mostly no money, right? The idea before I started was very vastly different. I thought, I'm gonna build a community. Everybody is gonna chip in $5-10 a month, and then we're gonna reinvest that money into the community for all sorts of things. But unfortunately, you have you can plan whatever you want, but then you have the reality. And this platform, unfortunately, I really wish that live coding TV was still up, because demographics there and the group of people would be a lot better. And I think things would be different. I mean, most of you here, you don't give a shit about this platform or any product built on Twitch at all. Most of you people come to have fun, to learn something, ask a question too, right? So that kind of, but in relation to the tickets, right, flight tickets, right, that would have been, right, possible if things would have materialized in a way that I wanted, right? Meaning, imagine you have 1,000 people giving $5 a month or 100 people, whatever. Well, then you can just take that money and reinvest into community for tickets, for this, for that, for keyboards, for competitions, for hackathons, right? But unfortunately, that's impossible, right? I mean, people are this is a very immature platform, right, Twitch. So it's not really meant for anything. It's I mean, yeah, I used to stream. I was one of the first streamers there more than a decade ago. I used to stream here. These assholes, when they went bankrupt, they removed all the videos and stuff. I really wish I can show you my videos from, no, maybe it's more than 10 years ago. So I used to code here on live coding, and I still have their shirt. I have a t-shirt that they sent to me. But unfortunately, yeah, they closed maybe after a year or two afterwards, because, yeah, it was, streaming is very expensive, right? They couldn't make money. I mean, Twitch is practically bankrupt as well in a way. Twitch is not making money, right? They're just Amazon just uses them for other means, right? But Twitch is also losing money, right? So making money in this field, man, is hard, right? Because most people, 99.9% of people streaming their liability to Twitch, right? They're not making any money. We all disable ads. I mean, how many people are watching my stream right now? Let me check on my phone. What, 20, 30 people, 36 people. 36 of you, right? That's useless, right? To Twitch, right? No, but overall, Twitch is losing money, right? Overall, as a company, I mean, you had their CEO said that, right? And then, of course, these guys also couldn't sustain the bills, right? Because you need, I mean, again, you cannot have a service without people paying. And that is the problem. Nobody on Twitch is paying anything because, again, it's young kids who are broke, right? Or they're in high school, or they don't have a job, right? So, et cetera, right? well, it's not going to go bankrupt, but it would have gone bankrupt if Amazon didn't purchase them, right? If Amazon didn't buy Twitch, Twitch would have gone bankrupt, right? And I mean, you never know, right? At one point in time, they are either going to shut it down or they're going to do something with it, right? But yeah, either way, that's just how it is. You just asked why did they shut down, and I just told you that yeah, paying for streaming services and stuff is incredibly expensive, right? So that's why. Wow, okay, so that's why. Huh. Oh, I see what's happening here. I see. It doesn't matter, right? The business doesn't operate that way, right? That's what everybody has to keep in mind. It doesn't matter if Twitch, Amazon has shareholders. It has people that this money that we speak of, billions and stuff. This is not tangible fiat currency. These are stocks and stuff, right? So at one point in time, when a company starts doing really bad, then people don't want to lose money. People have shares in Amazon, right? In Twitch, in all of these companies, right? So it's like people underestimate this. People are glorifying these corporations way too much, right? Nobody wants to lose money, right? And Twitch is used by Amazon as a means of some other. It has a function of something else. They're trying to sell Amazon Prime to it. They're trying to advertise other products. But yes, Twitch is losing money. Yes. Twitch is not making money, but it's used as a function of something else. Hence, it's kind of it's usable in some other way. But if it starts doing really bad, I have no doubts that they would shut it down. I mean, 100%. It's just what scale of bad is acceptable, right? And that is the question. Because again, running a streaming service where 99% of audience makes no money to Twitch and themselves, right? I mean, OnlyFans is a great example of a functional product, right? These guys are shitting themselves for money because every guy wants to jerk off, right? And but that's the system how it works. You have people who want to watch porn, and then you have so you have people who are willing to pay for a service. Let me tell you one story. When I realized how useless my stream is when I maybe a year ago or so wrote on Discord that I'm going to kind of organize, some sort of workshops where we meet every month and with 10 people and you pay $10 a month or $30 a month. You know how many people were interested? 0. So in simple words, most of you guys are broke or unwilling to pay for a service. But that contradicts that contradicts what people say. Oh, this stream is so awesome. I'm learning so much. Well, unless you're willing to pay for something, then that's not worth to you, or you're broke. But either way, for somebody trying to make a living of something that's useless, some dude on Twitch or some girl on OnlyFans doesn't give a shit if you're broke. She or he needs to make money, right? So fundamentally, right, I did that experiment and I saw that that's basically the moment when I saw that Twitch for anything serious is useless, right? You have few of these guys. This guy that writes Vim and stuff, he's a troll. He found his niche of little 15 years old trolls that he's selling shit to, right? And you have maybe a few of them that manage to kind of break through. Then you have this guy, pirate guy, who's also, his audience is probably 12 years old, right? And that's what it is, right? The rest of people are just wasting time here, pretty much, right? If you want a service, it's like people are asking me, oh, why are you not streaming? Like, why would I be streaming every day? For what? I mean, what is the value that I gain, right? I mean, I've mentored so many people throughout the stream and stuff, and I mean, why, right? So that is the sense of community, right? That's at least the concept that one would think that it works, but it doesn't work, right? And that is the problem. That's why Twitch is also losing money, right? Matty, my friend. How you doing, buddy? How's life? Why is this data null here? What? Let me just try this. On oh, never mind. Man, I didn't know about that. That's amazing, dude. Yeah, so why is this set selected course state section? So that kind of works, even though, did I like not do this, or is it something else? Okay, so that kind of works, okay. Honestly, I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking through the window. Maybe there was some. I was coding last night till very late. Oh, I see why. Okay, so oh, I see why. Okay, yeah, this is the problem, right? Section items. Yeah, that's not cool. Wait a minute. So what on course.sections? Yeah. Okay, so this seems problematic, right? So this is get accordion sections. Yeah. So that's not what I want. So we need to kind of change this a little bit, right? So this is not correct, right? This is basically course types.I section, right? Of this. And then this should be because it's a prefix for interface. It's just easier to understand what it means, right? Ah. Yeah, this is really bad. I'm not going to be doing this anyway. So basically, yeah, so this will transition there pretty much. I'm just going to do that very quickly here. So I'm not going to be, I had an idea of doing certain thing. What do you think about Next.js? You would need to be a little bit more specific, right? What do I think? I don't think anything. It's a server-side rendered thing, and that's it, basically. If I don't, you would need to be a little bit more specific when you say, what do you think? Because that's a way unstable question. It's too unstable. People pay, man, like Leo, people don't watch things because of function of watching. Like, you're not here in this stream because you give a shit about my platform. You're probably here because, you know, you bounded with Alex, not right? And, you know, you just, because, you know, you literally log into Programmer Network once a month, sometimes not even that, because I see all the people that log in. So it's the same people with OnlyFans. There's probably some chick who tells them that they're great and good looking even though she never saw them. And then these guys just cure their loneliness by being there, right? So it's not that the guys are just going there to jerk off. It's probably because, you know, that girl is like, you guys are the best, and some fat dude behind the camera is like, oh, I'm the best. Yeah, I knew it. She told me that. And then he's just coming back, right? So just these guys are there just as much as you're here because of programming or Programmer Network. Because if you cared about this project, not just you, any of you, you would log in, you know, at least once a week and type a character, right? So you don't give a shit, let's face it, right? Like zero shit. So that's also why they're there, right? They're not there because they're just jerking off, right? Actually, am I still using this? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, this is just normalizing the data. I guess I can keep using that. Okay. No, it's dude. Like I don't want you to. I don't want you to care about things artificially. That's not the point. Like I cannot make people care about things that I wish them to care. That would be silly. That's not the point, right? The point is that you're here because of other reasons than my shitty programmer network, right? You get what I mean? That's just, yeah. I cannot force you to care about things that I care about, right? That's just how it is. Would I want you to care? Of course, but I cannot make you that. If there was value for you somewhere there, you would care, but there's no value, and I get that, right? Yeah, for sure. That's just how it is, man. Yeah, definitely. That's why these guys go to OnlyFans as well, right? Not just to jerk off, but to also feel that there's some chick that they like, they want to marry her, right? And she's just trolling them. Yeah, you will absolutely marry me, dude. Just keep giving me these $10 a month. Fuck, I mean, if there's anyone here who wants to marry me, I can just promise you that. As long as you pay $10 a month, I'll definitely marry you, 100%. Trust me, man. Just chip in, $10 a month, and definitely we're marrying each other several times a month. So that's kind of, maybe we should just embrace OnlyFans type of thing, right? Okay, there we go. Now, the moment of truth. Yes, fuck yeah. Okay, good. We got it, guys. Okay, so let's close this bad boy here. You never use it, right? Right. Cool story, bro. Only programmers. Only programmers. There we go. Beautiful. Ah, so nice. Okay, cool. And I guess the only thing that's kind of left functionally, we need to just ensure that we fix the sorting. Course lectures associated to course section using an alias. Okay, that's beautiful. Let's open up our API. Let's open our API. There it is. I mean, dude, like you don't forget that prostitution is the oldest profession on the planet, right? So there's nothing really strange about it, right? People have been paying for physical sex for hundreds of years, right? Now they're just jerking off from their sofas at their home, right? I mean, you would have to count a lot, man. You would have to count a lot, for sure. Ćao, Nemanja, brate, hvala ti. Right. Yeah. I keep saying right. I agree. Nemanja, see you soon, man. Thank you, buddy. Nemanja is a new friend I made. Went to this monastery that I told you guys about. Okay, so sort lectures. So let's see over here. So we have some aliases that we forgot, right? So we're probably most likely over here. Let's actually try to drag and drop this again. And it basically seems to be only for the lectures, right? So if we kind of drag this fella over here, right, we'll see that there's this we have this relation issue, right? So let's take a look at that. So if we take a look at this, you see that it says, hey Alex, course lectures associated to the course section using an alias. And this is when we call the lectures sort, right? So this fella over here, right? So we try to find the section if there's no... Yeah, 50 crowns. I'm gonna actually have a coffee that Nemanja paid for. And then we do a kind of fake batch update over here. Right? It's not really a batch update. It's rather, I wish there was some sort of thing. It does actually sequelize. Does sequelize have a batch update, right? That would be cool. But an actual real batch update, like, is there a batch update? Simple update queries. Wait, let's ask a robot. Let's ask a robot. Jean-Code Van Debug. Does sequelize.js has some sort of batch update? For example, I have a list of things that I order in my UI, and right now I do an update operation for each document for which order has been changed. Yes, sequelize supports batch updates, which can be used to update multiple records at once based on a specific condition. This approach is much more efficient than updating each record individually. Exactly right. For instance, if you have a list of items with updated order values and you want to update them all in one go, you can use update method on the model, providing the changes and specifying the condition that matches the records to be updated. Exactly, this is what we need, right? A transaction. But isn't this what we're doing already? I think this is literally what we're doing already, right? I mean, they're just permissifying this stuff. We're using async and await, right? But if I take a look at it here, let's actually compare what the robot generated and what I wrote already. I think that's we're just using an imperative for loop, right? And here we're just the permissifying stuff. So that's what we're really doing, right? Then we have the where condition. Let's just smack it actually over here, right? Oops. And then we have the order, right? So how is this a batch update? Yeah, that's a... So the only difference really with what I wrote in this is that also this is actually very false. Like, so this is a danger, right? This is the danger of ChatGPT and these LLMs, right? You see how it says here, we use transaction to ensure all updates are processed as a single atomic action. True, that is a true, it is atomic, right? But this is wrong, to execute all updates in parallel. There's no parallelism in JavaScript, right? So this is a very vague term for explaining what's actually happening there, right? In parallel, right? Is it really in parallel? I mean, right? Because, we haven't... So, yeah... But we can rewrite it a bit, right? We can rewrite it using just permissifying it like this, right? But we don't have to because we're using async and await. But what we could do, right? We could in fact, so we don't need the then and catch over here, right? So we're gonna create a transaction like this, so we don't actually need to wrap this thing in a transaction, right? And yeah, we can do kind of something like this, right? So we can use a map, right? We can say lectures.map instead. And then we're going to use our model. So we're going to kind of do something like this. We're going to basically grab... so we're going to do something like this, right? I guess. And as you can see, we are basically... implicitly returning here. So where's my model? Here. So it should be this. So why is it complaining? Update. I see. And then here we can just say, let's just call this lecture, right? Or we can destructure. Right? We can just say order and ID. Something like this, right? Order, ID, transaction. So we could, in theory, do that, right? And then we want to move this to try and catch, right? So we do this. we replace this, right? And promises, that's a shitty name, right? And we can just inline this inside of a promise all call, right? So we can do this, and then we can do that, right? But this is not a batch, so I don't think this is a batch, right? That's not, we cannot call this a batch. Okay, so if we go to our UI, but we still have a previous problem, right? So I think we're still gonna get an error here if we try to order this, right? Yeah. So we're kind of back to that, but it's course lectures associated they're using. But I don't actually have an includes. Ah, over here, right? So include. I see. So that's what we need to fix. Give me a second. So we need to do something basically like. Dude, of course, man. Leo, I love you, man. Thank you for coming, dude. Thank you. It's quite the opposite. If I'm still if I'm still here when you're back, dude, just come and join us again and enjoy yourself, man. Of course, man. So this is basically what I need to do. We don't need this would be like so this is a left join that we're doing here, right? And then we want to say here as lectures, right? So this is what it's basically complaining about, right? So we need to kind of do this, right? Craft, hey there, thank you for coming. Okay, so this now in theory should work, right? So if we try this again, it should work. It costs money. Yeah. Well, did it order it properly is the question, but it's not giving us an error anymore, right? Okay, so let's see. So if we do this, so we got 201, so that's correct. Now if we refresh and check the order of this, fast checkers. So let's take a look at the course. Let's take a look at the response. Let's actually take a look at the preview. So we have sections, section 1. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what's happening. So basically, our payload is wrong now, it seems. Lectures is empty for some reason, which is technically wrong, right? Or maybe am I looking at the wrong thing? Maybe the order is no longer correct there. Give me a second. So blah, blah, blah. Sections. Let's take a look at section 1. Yep. Weird. Okay. Did we maybe mess up the logic there? Let's see. So this is the payload that we've sent. We'll see in a second. And then this is the oh, it's still pending. Okay, so there's something wrong with our give me a second. I wonder if we need to pass a transaction to wait, should I pass a transaction to get to queries for exactly? Okay, good. So that's fine, right? Okay, so let's see what we actually did here. Let me just move this back. Oh, okay, so this is what I removed. That's not good. That's not good. So that's why it's kind of failing, right? So we forgot to commit stuff, right? So we need to say transaction commit, yeah. That's what we missed, right? And that's also asynchronous, right? Yeah. So that's why it probably failed. Okay. So that's a little issue we introduced ourselves. Yeah, there we go. Now it works, right? Yes. Cool. Okay. So that's great. Sven, good day, buddy. How's life? Okay, so that's just a tiny under quotes optimization, right? It's not really an optimization, but it's, yeah. I still disagree that this is a batch. It's not. Let's push this to production. Let's deploy this to production. already. Oops. Let's just say git push, right? And let's do this. And the socket hangup. I haven't done these types of job interviews, man, in many years. My interviews are very different than yours, maybe. I work as a tech lead and I have a lot of references. So typically I don't talk about algorithms in my interviews. Talk about other things. Have I gotten them maybe 10 years ago or so? Probably I did, yeah. But when I did, I just left. I wasn't interested anymore. And when I interview people, I would never ask these types of questions because they're utterly and absolutely useless, nearly in every single way. Because it doesn't tell me anything about the person other than they've been sitting every night practicing some shitty exercises. It doesn't tell me anything about what they're capable of, right? And stuff like that. The thing is, I mean, lead code problems that you have online is meaningless. I can sign up on lead code now and got 3,000 problems solved by pasting them into ChatGPT, right? So that means nothing, right? There's no value of you showing me your profile because you can fake that in 10 minutes, right? There's no significance to that, right? So that's why it's meaningless. And that's why it's also meaningless because the reason why it's meaningless is because even at your full-time job, if you needed this algorithm, you're not going to implement it yourself. I truly hope. Because if you are working and implementing the algorithms manually that were implemented 30 years ago, then there's something wrong with you, right? Then there's something incredibly wrong with you, right? So either way, I wish, knowing how to solve them or not, I would hope you're not going to be solving it from scratch again. That would be absolute idiocracy, right? Why? Why would you do that? I'm 35. This is amazing. Okay, good. So this is very good. Let's push this to production as well. Okay, somebody's older than me. Ooh. Finally. Finally. Oh, fuck, we messed this one up, didn't we? Okay, what did we do here? Let's see, this is my first. Okay, we'll need to fix, so we cannot push yet, so we just introduced the regression here, but that is to be expected to some degree, honestly. Yeah, and we'll need to go there and fix that up. All good. All good, all good, all good. Okay, so did I deploy this to production? Give me a second. Where's my API? Over here. Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of deployed. That's awesome. Let's close this project and let's open this thing. So let's go course details. Oh, interesting. Huh. I mean, okay. It depends where you live, and it depends where do you want to get a job. If you want to get a job at Google or Facebook or whatever, then yes, it's necessary. Because that's just, they have a lot of applicants and they think that it's smart to ask these questions. And again, more power to all companies, right? I mean, if tomorrow when I have my own company, I'm also going to decide how I'm going to conduct my own company, right? So every single company and every single person has the right to conduct their business in the way that they wish, that they think is best for them. Who am I to criticize? I mean, right? But that means that I don't have to apply there, right? So they don't want me and I don't want them. So that's a perfect, perfect handshake, right? It's a perfect transaction, right? So if you want to work at Google or Facebook, or if you strive for for some reason want to work there, then you prepare the way that you want you to prepare, right? I don't want to work there. In fact, they have reached out to me several times from all of these companies, I failed every single interview because they asked me idiotic things that I didn't even have interest to solve, right? Last time when Amazon reached out to me on LinkedIn, they gave me a differential equation to solve, right? And that was ridiculous. It was just absolute fucking idiocracy. I told every other time when they reached out to me, I just said thanks but no. I just clicked the button. Facebook reached out to me maybe 2 years ago via email, and in the email they had this button, are you interested? I just said not interested. Why? Because I don't want to be implementing event emitters and write differential equations in an interview, right? Because it's idiocracy, but it's not a critique towards these guys. It's because they can conduct their business how they want, and I don't want to conduct it like that myself, right? So for me, it's very simple, right? It's a fairly simple thing. So if you want to work in these companies, in short, yeah, then you need to do it, yeah. If you don't want to work there, then you don't have to do it. Ooh, okay, so that's what's happening. That's just how it is, right? Let's not criticize other people of how they conduct their business. Everybody has their right to do what they want, and if you don't like it, don't apply. It's pointless to criticize or to complain because fundamentally, we all have our values, and we think, I'm not going to pretend that I know better than Facebook or Google, right? I'm sure that for some of us or some of them I'm sure that for many people is fine, right? So it's just a matter of perception, right? Everything is a matter of perception, in fact, right? That's just how it is, right? That's why there's millions of companies and billions of people. There's a space for all of us to find something we like, right? We don't have to, I don't have to like everything, right? Nor everybody has to like me. That's just how it is. I mean, the thing is, right, as I spoke many times, this is my 16th or 17th year that I work full time in this industry, and your motivation, your desires, your interests will change dynamically as you get more experience, right? If you're junior, you want to write code, you want to write functions, components, services, you're like, look at me writing code, right? But as you progress in your career, your interests start being something else, like customers, value, helping your colleagues, lifting them up, empowering people around you. So life in the work context as well is not static. It's where your interests are today. What makes you get out of bed today is going to be different in a couple of years, right? And that's normal. You just have to embrace that. You're not always going to be waking up and saying, I'm going to write UI components, right? I don't care about this shit. I'm building this product because of the product. This crap here, I don't give a shit about it, right? I'm not excited about use effect. I'm excited about, hey, can I build something that one day is used by many people, right? This is the challenge. This shit everyone can do. Anyone can learn to write this crap. It's not rocket science, right? This is plain dumb and easy, right? So you have to find, what interests you. I'm in Copenhagen in Denmark. So that's what it is. So don't forget that your interests as the time goes by will change, right? Interesting. What? That's a little bit weird. Give me a sec. Oh, I see what's happening here. Nice, man. My whole family is in Phoenix, in Arizona, for like 40 years now. That's cool, man. My brother and most of my family is in Phoenix. Actually, so basically on this view, we don't really need this, right? Unsorted. So I should have made this optional, right? So that's maybe one thing. Wait, do we have some to do? Yeah. Let's create one just for this stream, right? Give me a second. So I'm just gonna say here to do. What did I want to do? Oops. Come on, man, Alex. What was the shortcut for it, man? What the heck? What the hell is going on? I know what the problem is. We need to install to do. What is your best advice for juniors to get hired? As I speak a lot, right? I mean, this stream, for those of you who've been following, is about reality, right? I'm not an influencer. I don't give a crap about technologies. Which one? I'm not a typical guy who's gonna tell you this is better than this. I'm a pragmatic person. When I hire pragmatic people who think with their own head. So I'm not an influencer. So what I can tell you is Sven, is that you need to build yourself as a product so you can sell yourself. We're nothing but the products. If you desperately need a job, pick a stack that's very popular, like React. If you want to build the front ends, write reactjs. That's by far I have a course that I started recording recently. I'm showing some stats there. If you want to build front ends, learn React. If you want to build front end facing APIs, learn Node.js or Go. Build few things, build your online presence. Many of you here in this chat, many of you on the internet, you're behaving very childish. You're wasting your own time by not representing yourself. When I go to Programmer Network right here, most of you who sign up, right, is signing up with some stupid shitty names, right? These platforms exist so you can represent yourself digitally, so you can increase your chances to right? This is how you should be signing up on platforms with your real, right? So build your online presence, right? Many of you are just spending so much time on the internet by not adding any value. I don't fucking know who you people are. I cannot help you. I cannot reference you. I've already 2 or 3 people via this stream have gotten a job. One of them, I was their reference. For 2 of them, they just came to this chat and said, Alex, I got a job because of you. Because they were conducting themselves online as they were talking to me physically, right? So if you want to build yourself up and increase your chances of success finding a job, you have to conduct yourself online as an adult, and not just when you go in front of someone. And many people throughout this platform and YouTube and stuff, they're just behaving like little idiots, right? And that won't help. I mean, that won't help you. I don't give a shit. People can do whatever they want. But I mean, how can you spend so much time online by providing no value to yourself, right? It's incredible, right? Hiding behind these fake usernames, behind emojis, behind trolling. Come on, man. I mean, it's very childish, right? So all of that combined, build your online presence, have a good profile on every single platform. Go to every single platform that you can. Spend 5 minutes, sign up, LinkedIn especially, the most important. Sign up on shitty platform like ours here, Programmer Network, everywhere. Fill in your profile, put yourself out there, conduct yourself properly. You never know who's going to be a person that's going to say, wow, look at this guy, he's passionate, he's a junior, blah, blah. And spend your time wisely on the internet, man. So that's it, right? And build value. Learn to be valuable. Position yourself so you're worth something. So when I ask you what you can do, I'm not asking you which UI libraries did you try in your Hello World app. I'm asking you, what are you capable of? What can you build with your skills? How can I pay you and get something in return, right? So don't put 500 technologies on your CV. When I see a junior with 6 databases on a CV and 16 languages, I don't even read that. I just skip it, right? So have a very precise, narrowed down CV of 2 or 3 things that you can actually do. Nobody cares what you tried on a Sunday evening by following a YouTube tutorial. Nobody asks for that. When you go into an interview, a person wants to know, what can you provide for this money I'm willing to give you in return? What can you do now? Not what you've tried and stuff. Nobody cares about that, right? Yeah, I've built this to-do app in Svelte. Who cares, man? Who gives a shit what you built, right? On that scale, right? If you don't have the experience doing it, if you have built nothing of value, of some scale, it's irrelevant. Nobody's going to pay for a to-do app, right? That's how it is. That's the reality. Liking it or not, that's how it is. Okay. So let's kind of start. We're almost kind of done with this. Let's just make sure now we have to adjust some interfaces and stuff. So, because I can see that, yeah, so course lectures. Okay, got it. Map. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Course lectures. Or maybe we're just yeah, probably this is wrong, right? Yep. This is wrong. Yeah, that's why we're, okay, got it. So here what we really have to import, wait a minute, is loading course. No, this is in fact accurate. Select is loading course. No, actually, yes, this is correct. So we have this and this and this, right? Yeah, I just feel this is due to the loading state. Give me a moment here. Let's see if this is actually a Boolean, because it's supposed to be a Boolean, right? Yeah. So that's actually, in fact, then correct. So why are these bad boys farting out on us then? Where is this? Yeah, nah, where is it? Yeah, I think it's these, right? And change options. Yeah, it's this guy failing, right? Okay. Of course. Let's try that again. Oh, I see. Okay. Because I know, I remember. Because we flattened it out before. That's the thing. Shit. Okay, let me think here for a moment. I think we're gonna need that flat map again. Because I think if I remember in the front-end facing part of the courses, these things, never mind, actually we don't really need it anymore because we no longer have next and previous. Okay, so for now let's keep it simple. So options, yeah, actually, yeah. Let me just try one thing. What if I just do this? Is that the only one I have, or is there another one? Let's just kind of unbreak ourselves from this. Okay, what is the problem now? And then there's an issue, it seems, inside of the I have this use lecture navigation. I see. Yeah, okay. I see. So I think what we have to say here really is this of 0 dot lectures of slug, right? Course, yeah, exactly. Assuming it exists, because I've changed drastically the interface of this thing, right? So that's we'll see about that. Get lecture ID. So let's try to use a copilot just to help us with this. So let's say find the lecture by slug inside of some of the sections. I don't know why to use the reduce. That's a bit weird, but no, that's not correct. No. Have you found purpose in your life? Family is purpose in my life, man. My kid, my wife, of course, and many other things. Many other things. What the fuck is this? Ah. Of course, that's sections. Yeah, so this kind of thing now doesn't really yeah, it's kind of we'll need to rethink this a little bit because it doesn't really work well anymore, but it doesn't really matter, right? So let's just not worry too much about this. So let's say sections of 0, lectures of 0. So we're going to do something like this. Then ID here, course, sections, right, or whatever. So we'll need to drastically change this. So now we are unbricked ourselves from that error. So that's cool, right? But we'll need to rethink this a bit. Yeah. Because this is a huge thing, right? Because right now this is no longer going to work, right? If I refresh this, we are no longer selecting. We're always going to be, yeah. So we need to adjust this a little bit now again. So this should, in theory, so this should still work, right? Always, I think. I see no reason for this to not work, right? So if we get over here, yeah, let me just clean up some of these consoles, right? They're yeah, this one to be precise. Okay, so that is good. Let's actually nuke that as well. Yeah, okay. So we have this one, so that okay, cool. So let's take a look at the lecture one, and this one is not going to work properly, right? So yeah, so it's just going to be slightly more inefficient. That's really all, right? So actually, shit. Let me actually revert this to some degree because it took me 20 minutes last time to write this whole thing, right? So I'm not gonna. So the only difference now we have is that lectures are no longer flat, right? So what we could technically do, we could flatten them here, right? Just for the hook, just as a hash table, right? So if I go to store and courses or whatever, I think inside of this reducer, I had at one point some flat map, right? That I'm willing to, or maybe was it course utils? I think I had some flat map somewhere at one point. Yeah, here it is. Beautiful. Yeah. This is what we need. This is what we need, right? That's cool. Okay. And now over here, what we could do pretty much that, right? So we can say const flattened. Let's just call it flattened, right? So now we had, and we're going to rename that soon. And then we can do something like this, right? Something like this. Something like this. Something like that. And then, yeah, maybe something like this. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a good idea. And now, in theory, well, actually, our navigation is no longer working, and this is messed up. I see what we're doing. So let me actually remove my suspicion here. Selected lecture. What if I do this? Is this causing it to re-render? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. So where's our flattened state? It's over here. Course sections flat map. What if we try this just for fun? Just for fun. So we kind of do this. When this thing loads, use effects. Maybe, shit, maybe we don't need a new effect, but let's see. We just want to say, hey, if it's loading a course, return. Otherwise, we want to say set flattened, and then we want to do this, right? And are we getting a... And we actually, I don't think the order really matters in this context at all, so we don't really need to do this. What is it? What is it complaining about? Oh, because we don't have the flat. Yeah, sure. So I'll just find these things, right? And I'm just gonna smack a conditional operator in front of them, right? When you hire the programmer you're interested in education, background, CS degree, or some interest in someone self-developed. I don't think that anybody thinks about these things that way, right? Nobody's hiring based on if you're self-taught or not. Education, of course, is going to help. It cannot not help. So nobody is going to say, oh, wow, this guy or girl has a CS diploma. That sucks. Of course not, right? It's useful to have it, but it's not mandatory or a differentiator, right? So that is the difference, right? But it cannot be useless to have education. That would be silly. But that's not the top of the list, right? You first have to be capable of providing value. That's the most important thing. If you can't do this, then your diploma, with or without diploma, who cares? Actually, now when I'm thinking about optimizing this slightly bit, we can just make this a hash table instead, right? Because what we really need to do is an ID to because this is going to flatten it, right? But then what we could do as an extra step, right? Then we can do a reduce on this, right? And no, not at all. Not at all. That's not what I want, Copilot. So here I want it to actually to be an object, right? And I want to create a basically something like, actually what we can do like exactly, right? Something like that. And then here we will say this is in fact a record of, this is going to be a record of string. What type did I just remove of this, right? So if I do this, it's this, and then this is a default thing, right? Yeah. So this should now yield us the hash table. And we're here searching by slug, right? Yeah, exactly, right. So that's good. So, but let me just see how I implement the rest of the stuff. So I'm basically always searching by a slug, right? Which is good. The only difference, right, we need to adjust this so it's going to be a current slug and not, right? So that's good. That's great. Now here, the flattened itself is an object, which means we could practically, instead of doing all of this crap, right? we can say this of slug.id, right? Lecture slug. So why do I need this if I have a slug? I don't know, I'm just blindly assuming this and hoping that my brain is... I have a YouTube video on that. Let me find it. I have a very good YouTube video that you should watch on that. Actually, you can watch it on Programming Network somewhere, and if courses are still working, because we're now pushing a lot of things. But so you should definitely watch this video. It literally talks about that. Somebody before asked in the stream, so that's why I'm sharing it with you. Okay, so we're gonna do something like this. This is perfectly fine. It's to be expected. So I'm gonna say flattened here, and I'm gonna say this might not be good, but we'll see. Or object.keys flattened dot length, right? Something like that, I think. I'm not sure, but I think. There we go. Okay, cool. As you can see, we have a hash table here based on slug, and we can optimize that furthermore, I guess. But no, it's okay. It's fine. Let's not get too crazy with that. So that flattened here is now fine. So that's what we really care about. That's what we care about. Now lecture slug. So the only thing now that I can see that it really doesn't work is this guy. So this guy doesn't seem to be doing what it's supposed to be doing, I think. Let's see. So when I click on this fella, it doesn't seem anything is actually being triggered. So wait, where should actually that be though? Or maybe we messed it up over here. Set selected or something. Yeah, I see. And then I'm passing that down. But are we still calling that somewhere? Set selected lecture. Yeah, we're calling it on load. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of good. It just why are we not navigating? Yeah, okay, so this is not basically running as far as I can see, right? And that's if it's loading a cursor, so it's a little bit weird. Is loading course selected slug? Yeah, so this thing should really like be triggering this. If I do this, I would say whichever you know best and feel comfortable with. These are just tools, right? That is the easy part. Writing the tests end-to-end, writing end-to-end tests is a very time-consuming process. Writing unit tests is free. You can write them in 5 seconds. But setting up end-to-end and to suit and stuff take a lot of both of these. Cypress is probably more popular because it's older and you're probably going to find more documentation about it, right? But it's I would say pick whichever one you and your team know best, right? And feel comfortable with. Ah, this is why. Okay, because we're no longer calling this. Okay, no. It's all good, all good, all good. Beautiful. This is great. Super. Okay, so now a new idea has arrived. So this is awesome. This is amazing. My pleasure, man. Don't forget, again, don't get influenced too much by anybody. I have another video for that if you want. Spoke about it a couple of days ago on my YouTube. Give me a second. I would advise you to. All of these videos are 3-4 minutes. It's up to you if you want to watch it. But I think this one is about leadership. I didn't actually add it here. Okay. Let me just go to my YouTube very quickly. View your channel. Yeah, so if I go here, I call this theme-driven development. So give it a watch if you wish. So hard to copy this, man. All right, good. So we are almost good with this now. A new things. So we're gonna go to course utils and we're gonna create a new util here just because we're gonna keep reusing this thing because I can see that we need it. So I'm gonna call this flatten course get flattened lectures, right? So that's great. And yeah, this thing is just going to take in sections as an argument, right? So we're going to clean that up. Then of course we need to return this, right? And the type here is actually correct. That's amazing. So get flattened lectures. This should return basically a immutable, unchanged, just a copy of the object itself. And then it's amazing, right? So now if we go to this navigate thing here, we can clean this up a little bit. We can say course, we can use the static method course utils dot get flattened lectures. And this in theory should work. Still, let's make sure it does. So we're still good there, great. And then we want to go over here and do the same, right? So we're going to say, hey, so we're going to actually, we can just do something like this. And we can say, hey, const lectures is get course utils dot get flattened lectures, right? So now we have them flattened, right? But this gives us a hash table, right? So maybe we can make this slightly more usable for us. So we can choose what do we want to, how do we want to create this thing, right? So let's pass another argument. Let's say here, let's pass property. And this has to be key off, I guess. So something like, something like, what would this be? Like key off a section, right? What was it in TypeScript? Key off, shit. Thank you very much, man. That's kind of you to say. Thanks. So what do we have? So key off, yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's just make it a string first. Let's just make it a string, and let's make TypeScript complain. And then here basically, so the mapping we want to make here is going to be of type string, right? But it would be more awesome if it's so how could we make this? You are in Novo Nordisk. Nice, man. My wife is a pharmacist. She will at one point be applying there. Is Fastify used? Yeah, I use Fastify. Yeah. Yeah, key off, type off. You're absolutely right. Let's try that. Key off, type off, and then, but not the object itself. That's the problem. I want to say, hey, it's one of. So I want to say it's one of these things, right? So I don't know if we need an enum but yeah, that's the thing. It would be nice if we could just infer it from, I want to say it's one of the keys from that interface, right? So that's what it should be, right? I want to make a mapping of, right? So let's ask ChatGPT if we can do that. Is there a way in TypeScript to say that a type is one of the keys of an interface, right? That's what we need. That's what we want. Yeah, in TypeScript, you can specify that there should be one of the keys of an interface using key off. Yeah, so maybe it's just key off, right? Yeah, there it is. No, I think we got it. I think it's there. Beautiful, beautiful. So basically here we want to say it's key off this fella over here, right? So that's great. So we're going to say key off this, right? Now this fella, this mapping we're making basically has to be one of the keys, right? That's beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so now here I can say, well, I want it to be slug, and it should accept that, right? Right, because it knows that the slug, in fact, right, is in here. If I say slug2, right, it should complain. Yeah, it says, hey man, slug2 is not assignable to that crap. Beautiful. Okay, and let's just go here, and here we also want to say slug, and you can see we get some IntelliSense there. Beautiful. But actually here I need to be an ID. And now we can do the rest of this logic as it was before, right? So we can say lecture. So I can essentially uncomment this stuff that used to work before in a different way, and hopefully we'll be able to do this somehow. Oh, no, never mind, actually. So it's even easier, right? So we'll just say lectures of item ID. Ah, beautiful. That's why we created this hash table in the first place, right? And that's it, right? So technically now, if big if this worked, let's see, what is it complaining about? Okay, so wait a minute. Maybe get flattened, blah, blah, blah. Did we mess something up here? Let me just very quickly take a look at that. Also, I don't really need this, right? I don't actually need this at all. I'm just gonna clean that up, and now let's see here, what do we have? Jigsaw, hey there, man. Property, so that is kind of correct, right? We're returning that, yes. What is this bad boy complaining about here? I think we had it as a slug before as well. Let me just print this. Cool, man. The font is, I think there is a command for that. Font, yeah, wow. Oh, okay, so that's that's not what I wanted. That's a little bit wrong. So it's great. It's great. The problem here was that what we actually wanted to do is we have to say cur of property. Yeah, cur of property, right? Okay, there we go. Okay, so it's almost good now. We are kind of, if I refresh, is it still working? Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, so we're kind of almost there. Okay, so that's good. I like it. Let's make sure that we smack some JS doc on top of this. we are creating a hash. Exactly. Okay, so just some context. Actually, did we forget? Yeah, let's just make sure that we don't forget these things. That's easy to it's very easy to forget, and when streams are very dynamic. So okay, beautiful. Okay, cool. I like that a lot. So that now works. Let's make this an actual. No need to create a lambda function there, right? It's already okay. So the only thing now the only problem we have is that now when we select over here, it's kind of there's something wrong with the set expanded state. So probably it's this guy that's kind of farting out a little bit. Let's not do this. Let's just try to avoid doing that. There we go, right? And in fact, this is correct. We should have this. This is basically the intention of this logic here, is that when you share a link directly to some lecture to someone, that when they land there, that section has to be open. So actually, we in fact do need this. I think there's something wrong here, because most likely what it's doing, this is probably not evaluating to anything, which just means there's nothing to expand. That's why we end up with nothing being expanded. So probably this is going to be undefined or something like that, right? Let's try that now. Flattened lecture ID. Actually, it's 49. That's super weird. That's super weird. Yeah, because it is, I guess, accurate. Let's see if we go to network. Actually, if we go to a Redux store, right? If we go there, if we take a look at the state, go to courses, selected, data, sections. Okay, so that is the problem. Okay, all good, all good. So the problem is, as you can see, we don't need the actual lecture ID here. We need the section ID in here. So that is the problem, right? So that's what I basically nuked, right? And that's what the problem is. Course lectures find. Okay, so basically what I just need to do here, as I had before, course. So I would need to find the section here, the current section. So how do I do that? Flattened. Well, I have this selected lecture, right? So, and I think in it, most likely, if I recall, oh, I get it. Okay, all good, all good. False alarm. So if I go over here, didn't we have section ID in here? That's why we had it. So, okay, so I get it. Yeah. So we have a section ID for a reason, right? So we have a section ID for a reason there. So now if we get into this custom hook we have and go down here, now we can say, hey, this should be section ID, right? We need to update the type of this, but it doesn't matter. I just want to make sure it works. And as you can see now, it works. So the proper section is opened when this thing loads. Beautiful. Okay. And then flatten thing, iCourse lecture. Here, what we basically need to do, can I do some, I don't actually know, to be very frank with you. Can I do end section ID number? Is this possible? We do this, and we do this. And then I say, and we cast it to a number. Can we do that? Interesting. Property section ID does not exist. Did you mean what the fuck? kidding me? Oh, I have a typo somewhere, it seems. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have a typo. I use AI a lot. No, I mean I use every single tool. I use AI a lot. I'm not. I don't care about the stream. Keep in mind, the stream for me here is a side effect of this, right? So I'm not like I'm not holding myself back. It's just for these types of things, AI cannot help me much with this. This is very systematic thing. This is the system I know, and I mean I use AI a lot, but AI is not going to do much here because this is a matter of building cohesive system. Like Programmer Network as a whole platform has been built. I built, the core UI library. I built Yale. This whole UI library is built. So everything is built by me, which means it all has to work like Lego together, right? So I use, AI for things that I can't accomplish very quickly. But this sort of stuff, AI cannot do much for me, right? Because this is all one big pile of logic that has to perfectly execute together, right? So of course I would advise everybody. This is not a matter of advice. This is a matter of reality and factuality. If you're not using AI, which you should be using, I'm not referring to you, I'm referring to everybody, then you're already way, way behind, right? Give me 1 second. So 100%. You should be using every single tool you possibly can. Okay, this is amazing. This is great. So the only little bug we have now, basically, is that seems that we can really open a single section now, which is not intentional. So is it a deal breaker? No. I've been working in this industry for almost 17 years, right? I have nothing to prove to myself anymore, right? So for me, it's very different, right? If you're a junior and if you want to learn things, then it can be a double-edged sword, right? But it depends on many things. What it is that you want, right? And what is your expectation, etc., right? It all boils down to various factors, right? There are various factors out there, right? I'm just gonna clean up this. I'm just simplifying now a lot of things, so bear with me. Just gonna simplify a lot of stuff here. I mean, I think make sure to be humble, right? I think, don't take me wrong, I don't know how long, maybe this is the first time you watching this stream. I would be very careful saying things like, I feel I can build anything. Because maybe you can really, indeed, right? And maybe you're super capable. Maybe you're a prodigy. Who knows? I trust you, right? But it's always dangerous to say these things. I can build anything, right? Because then the question always is, right? Well, what can you show for, right? What can you show that you've done to prove that, right? And that is always hard, right? And it's always hard, especially if you're still in school and you still have no experience. I would generally try to avoid saying that. Again, I have no doubts that you're right, but it's always kind of right, because building real things is very hard, right? Building real, like Programmer Network has this thing. I keep in mind I spend maybe 5 hours a week building this only in the streams. We have 1,200 something users just throughout this stream, right? And building things really building real products that people use is incredibly hard. Because building something as a side project on your machine, blah, 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 that's great. But building something that's secure, people can use, that etc. I'm not going to use the word scale because there's nothing to scale, really. It takes thousands, tens of hundreds of thousands of users to need to scale things. But you get what I mean. So yeah. I'm the only one on this project. It has nothing to do with anything of such. There's no practice as something. It's literally about building things. It's talking about being capable programmer is like talking about being a capable tennis player but never playing a match in your life, right? It doesn't matter how you swing that forehand or backhand or slice or smash if you've never won a match. So these details of implementation and practices and clean code and pragmatism, right, only matters eventually as a side effect of certain things depending where you work. But if you're a junior, if you're like out of universities like Jigsaw and stuff, yeah, I mean, the only thing that has tangible value is showing up with something that you're, right? A lot of people in these Twitch streams, in YouTube, in etc., they just talk about code and they talk about they talk about optimization, performance, but 99.9% of you have never really built anything that remotely had to scale, let alone talking about performance. So you cannot talk about performance without having any experience with performance. You cannot talk about a library without ever use. So in simple words, you can talk about whatever fuck you want. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. But as I always say, unless you have used something in production, in real setting, with real people, your opinion is meaningless. It's literally meaningless because you cannot form opinions in engineering industry based on I heard, I read and stuff. I mean, you can form whatever you want, but with real people, with real engineers, with senior engineers, these arguments are going to drink zero water, as they say, right? So right, so this is basically, and of course juniors are usually way prone. This is the irony of programming industry. Juniors are actually usually more prone talking about optimization than seniors, right? Because you're for such young mind, inexperienced mind, everything is abstract. Everything is your whole existence as an engineer is based on opinions of others, your mentors, your YouTube heroes, your Twitter heroes. So most of the words that come out of your brain and mouth is someone else's words, right? But then as you gain the experience yourself, as you fail with Postgres and Neo4j and Cassandra and MongoDB and React, Svelte, Angular, jQuery, JavaScript, Ember, Knockout, as you fail, as you experience these things in your career, then you form real opinions on technology, on importance and not importance of it where is the value, what is blah, blah, blah. But until then, it's all just fog. You're basically just selling fog. It has no significant value in saying anything because you haven't used it, right? And that's just how it is. This is literally how it is. The thing is, like, of course, look, you're absolutely. This is not to say that you should not be learning from others. All of us, myself included, we have learned this is how the natural progression of knowledge is shared in life, right? But I'm talking about technical discussions. I have the right, and because you can go to my LinkedIn and see where I worked past 16, 17 years, and I can share experience with you, not opinions, experience. If you say, what do you think about MongoDB? Well, I can tell you something from some experience. For example, when I worked at Technical University of Denmark, I can find these, and many engineers with experience, right, can come up with I'm not using Next, no. So that is the point, right? Of course, you should listen. Of course, you can do that, right? But it doesn't mean you should share opinions which are not yours, right? That's the point. Does this still work? welcome. Okay, so let's see what's happening now. So I think flattened. Let's take a look at this. And I think we're almost done with this. So this guy now is a little bit, wait a minute, is loading courses. Penny, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Course sections. What if we do like this instead? Does that change anything? Nah. So we have a strange re-render now. Maybe I overly simplify this. If course is sectional length, what if we actually just get rid of this thing here and say, hey, you know what? I don't actually care about you at all. Nah, okay, so we're still kind of having a strange side effect there. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. I just need to make sure we clean this up before we finish. Have a selected lecture here, yes. We do the flattened stuff here, yes. Oh, maybe that's what we're missing, right? Are we missing this location path, right? So we have, oh, no, never mind. That's not, select the lecture. Let's debug it. Debug. Okay. Leo, you can't get rid of me, man. You can't get rid of me. Okay, so this, I mean, if it's loading course record, right? Return, sorry. So that's fine. So technically, we shouldn't really need this because we know when this is done, the course is going to be there, right? So that's for sure. So that's one thing. So that's one thing that we probably don't need, right? Now location path name, right? That's a little, yeah. So it doesn't like that. Doesn't like that reference. Set selected lecture, flatten lecture slug. Lecture slug, yes. course slug, lecture slug. Let's see about that. Testing second section. Yeah, so that's the problem, right? That's also the problem, okay? Give me 1 second. Let me just see what I did before. Course lectures. Then we had that, then we had that. So yeah, not much of a difference, right? So what if we do this instead, right? Huh, interesting. Okay, so something is triggering this extra re-render, right? So let's try to figure out what. If it's loading, let's just try if object keys flattened length, let's return. Let's just try that thing, right? Nope. No, this, I mean, this is what we want to happen, right? So that is fine. It's just I'm trying to merge it into a single effect, right? Just to, but we'll see in a moment. It's okay. It's okay. So this is flattened lecture slug. Okay, so now it works. Okay, very strange, very strange. But let's find a. Yeah, but well, it doesn't actually work because it's supposed to update the URL, right? So that is the problem. So set select lecture, navigate. So the navigate doesn't basically do much, right? Does it? Okay, I mean, yeah, we don't maybe need to do the navigate here, right? Maybe we can do this slightly different, right? So the navigate itself doesn't really. So this can only be responsible for setting the stuff, right? Then maybe we can have another effect that does that, right? Cranberry, my friend. Hey. Let me just stare at this for a little while. If it's loading it, blah, 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 then has the section return there, early return there, and then set selected lecture. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could in theory... We could in theory just... we have the slug here, and then we have the lecture slug. So we could take this out, right? But it does belong in here, right? So that's the thing, right? So basically what we could do, we could have this effect, and then we can have another one, right? We can say use effects just for navigating, right? And then here we can say, but is it gonna really make a difference, right? And now it kind of works, right? And then when we get here, it farts out. Yeah, exactly, right? So let's say something like, if no, then return early, right? That's one of the things for sure we have to do. And yeah, now it kind of works. Yeah, now it works. And the only thing that, yeah, we need to still make sure that it works is this thing right here. And yeah, that seems to be it, right? I don't even know what these bits are, but thank you, whatever they are. Yeah, I mean, we could leave it like this, right? We could leave it like this. Is it worth learning development at the age of 35? Of course, it is. Why not? I do not have any plans, no. I randomly stream, you know. I'm streaming today. Maybe I'll stream again tomorrow or in 10 days. So this is a project that I, you know, don't want to... I wish I have more time, but I do this, you know, I wish I could have a plan, right? But setting unrealistic plans is setting your self up for failure, right? So that's, you know, it's pointless to plan if you can't stick to the plans, right? So I just do this whenever I can, right? And what was this? This was for mobile, right? Yeah, this was for mobile. So we need to kind of make sure this still works, right? And we more or less needs the plan lectures, blah blah. Yeah, so we have this fellow over here, right? Something like this. Yep. That's a strange crap, isn't it? I mean, technically, we could just, yeah, let's just do something like this, right? So we're not calling this 500 times like that, I guess. So here we can say const flattened lectures, like this, right? Yeah, so basically here we're gonna need to do object.values, right? And then they should give us the lectures, so that's cool. We'll need to take a look at this in mobile. It's probably gonna fart out for a second. No, actually it works, so that's awesome. Okay, so that still works, that's nice. You cannot, I mean, I think that's just a visual thing. If you refresh, you're not upvoting. So yeah, we'll fix that. But you cannot upvote, no. And this is a bit weird. There's no such thing. Project. I mean, a lot of you people ask this question. I'm not sure. What do you mean? What is a completion of a project? Can you tell me that? How can you complete it? There's no project on the planet that's ever completed, right? This is a huge, massive social platform with a bunch of features. So there's no completion here. This is going to take many years to build and maintain, right? There's a bunch of features we're building and stuff. So there's no such thing. This is not a to-do app, right? This is a real product that has to work and that it works already, right? So there's no such thing as it's like asking Mark Zuckerberg, hey, when will you finish Facebook? When is that done, Mark? When are you moving to something else, right? This Scala project is never finished. If you don't have anything to code, you have various other things to do, to market it, to find people to write shit on it, right? You don't finish. This is not a calculator app, right? Now you can calculate, multiply numbers, you're done, right? It doesn't work like that. And I'm not sure why are people so obsessed by finishing things, right? in that sense. If you want to finish things, then build a to-do app or something like that. That you can indeed finish, right? But these types of things you never finish. This is never going to be finished, ever. Because there's always things you can build, you can improve, you can make better. It's a dynamic thing, right? Oh wow, this is weird. What happened with this thing? Oh, okay, this project is basically published, okay, because I allowed, I guess, that. So this is my first course. Probably this course has... Yeah, exactly. Okay, we'll need to kind of fix that as well, so we'll do that now. Let's push these changes already up, right? I think it should be fine, I guess. And then we keep on working a bit more. I'm not doing this for the sake of finishing it, right? I've been in this industry for so long. If I'm doing something for the sake of finishing it, I wouldn't be doing this. I'm not doing this because I'm writing React. That's, that's not the point. So there's no finishing here. Yeah, there's a lot more stuff we'll need to, so we're not done yet, unfortunately. There's more shit, but okay, we improved this a lot. I think there's maybe a few more things we're gonna do there, and I think if we could in theory do this, because this, yeah, it is a little bit what happens if we go here? Let's just see how we're handling the errors now. Font is given somebody on YouTube is asking what font is this. So what did I want to do? Yeah, so how do we handle the error when this explodes now? Let's see, sheet, you've fallen into the void. Okay, so we could probably handle this error a little bit better here. So if user mistypes the stuff, we don't want to throw an exception like this, right? But I think this is my actual error boundary, right? Yeah, so if we get over here, right, we haven't handled the error. That's a little bit weird though. So what if we go and just improve that slightly bit? Can we so I guess can we actually do that? So what if we say try catch? But we're not gonna actually handle it. We're gonna gracefully handle it, right? So we're gonna say here navigate, right? And then we're gonna do this, right? So maybe instead of doing this, what if we just go back to courses if this fails, right? And in case it's failing really there, it might be not failing there, maybe it's failing. Let's print that, see where is it failing, because maybe we're not even getting to this point, right? Yeah, it doesn't seem so. What about here? Yeah, so we're actually we are, since we're not matching the endpoint, right? So that's actually okay in a way almost, but what if that wasn't the thing? What if it was just a type of a slug of an issue, right? This is my second course, right? So technically now yeah, that's a bit weird. So we probably have to handle this a little bit better, right? Because so, and here probably, wait a minute. So is loading course. So we're gonna do that or this. So now it's kind of good, right? And then if I do this, what if I do it like this? Maybe, wait. What happens if we do this? Okay. Yeah, that kind of sucks. But actually, this thing that we are checking here, so yeah, actually, actually, no, not really, right? So here we can say if no course dot slug, right? Or actually, let's see here. What is the yeah, let's actually print the course. I just want to handle this gracefully, so if users by accident mistype something, right, we actually redirect them without making them seeing the blank page, right? So if I get here, yeah, exactly, right? So this is the default state, right? So we can say here, hey, if ID is 0, that means we didn't actually find the course, right? So here we can say, you know, if course.id is 0, we want to return, but we also want to navigate from here. So here we want to say, if the course is not found, redirect to the courses page, exactly. So that's good, right? And then here we can now say navigate, blah, 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 right? So now if I actually refresh here, and if I mistype this, yeah, it's going to send us back, basically, right? Yeah, the product is already there. Yeah, I'm sorry, it doesn't see. It seems that this title in the on top of the Twitch isn't clear enough, right? I don't actually know why. I need to do some better marketing of it, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely, if that's what you meant, I'm sorry. Maybe I was a little bit too harsh with that. It's just, please, nothing to do with you. It's just a lot of people are asking about, maybe that's what they're actually asking. Maybe they're asking, hey, when is this going to be live, right? So maybe that is the question, right? Okay, so we can handle that one there. Oh no, that's production, wait. And then if I go over here, give me 2 seconds. Okay. So that's, well, almost there. That's almost awesome. There's of course some tiny things. It doesn't matter much. Okay, actually we're looking at the wrong thing. We have a dashboard and then the. I think you guys can see my LinkedIn. Isn't my LinkedIn like in my profile somewhere? I think the best way to find about what I've been doing is to take a look at my LinkedIn. Oh, maybe it's not here. Okay. But isn't it on Programmer Network? Yeah, it's here. So the best way to find about who I am is to just take a look at it here. And what I've been doing and what I do and stuff like that, right? Okay, cool. So wait, this is production, right? Yeah, so now we have this, which there's this little tiny issue with, the dev dad again. Oh no, the dev dad. I think you and I are almost finishing every day at the same time. Yeah, man. I admire you for. Okay, you are building an app for habit building, so you have to kind of. Sounds good, man. Thank you for the raid, man. And keep it up, dude. You're there every day. I respect that a lot, dude. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, so going back to this, if you take a look at this navigate, right? That's the only really thing now that's fundamentally a little bit annoying, is that now as you're kind of switching between these sections, right? You are, yeah, we're just setting that. But what we could technically do, can't we, right? We could just say, hey, actually, yeah, let's just do that. Maybe that's what we could do, right? So if we get over here, yeah, let's just pass, where am I using this? So if we get over here, yeah, let's just kind of give it the both of the states, right? Or even we can do something like this, right? We can do this, and then we can kind of do this and that, right? And then we can just say expanded, and then come on, man. So it's expanded sections, right? We can just spread that, and then sections as well, right? So this way, that problem might go away. It's actually complaining about something now, but it doesn't matter. So it is a lambda now. And yeah, here we'll just revert this, right? So that should, in theory, do it. Yeah, and it basically does, right? Okay, cool. That's cool. That's great. This looks a little bit weird, I agree, but that's what it is. Okay, so the RTK stuff looks pretty stable here. I like it a lot. We need to write some tests for this. That also looks great. I have no complaints there. Yeah, there was this one thing, right? So there was some of this logic. Where is the courses that? So this kind of thing got a little bit messed up. Let's fix that, right? Sugar daddy, create your first action. Okay. So yeah, so if we get over here, well, let's see what do we have. So we have this. Wait, so we have the render form. Yeah, we have the render form. Then we have this thing, which technically we should just conditionally render, right? So, and we do. So if it's greater than this, but I think even furthermore, we could do it even, yeah, we could wrap something a little bit different, right? So what we can do, we can smack this fella over here, and then we can smack this fella maybe over here, no, over here maybe, yeah. Right, so this would, you could say, wrap this whole thing. Now the problem is that we have this render form, which we probably want to take out from here, right? Or we just use a ternary over here instead, right? So hey, it's either this or that in a way, right? Wait, that's a wrong place to put it, right? Maybe here. Maybe here, yeah, something like that, right? So now that's central. So now clicking on this thing, we should improve this a bit. This is when your course is empty. And this unpublish also is wrong now. Where's this? The logic for unpublish is wrong. So this disabled. So this state we need to rewrite in a moment. So let's just comment this stuff out, right? Yeah. So unpublish should now work. Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly, right? So we have this. And let's say here icon add circle or something like that. Let's just say start by adding a section. There's an extension for that. It's called, I don't actually know what it's called. I think it's called something. Well, it's for sure called something. I think it's called error lens. Yeah, I think it's called error lens. Yeah, it's this fellow over here. Enjoy. Okay, cool. Let's close that and close that. Okay, so that's good. That's great. And what do we want to do? So when we click on this, yeah, so the only kind of contradiction over here now is that, my pleasure, man. Cheers. The only contradiction now is that, no, actually there are no contradictions here. It's just the render form thing itself is here. So that's, in theory, should work, right? Render form, let's see what is selected state type. Yeah, so that in theory should work, right? Okay. So start by adding your first section thing. Let's go back here. Yeah. So this seems to be wrong, right? And yeah, this basically, yeah, I don't think this is actually needed anymore, so we can kind of clean that up. Oh, never mind, all good. Even though, yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see, is this actually having any effect when we click on it? Clicked. All right, so it does. Ah, we're not dispatching this, right? This is now in the Redux RTK, so that's why this guy is struggling with it, right? So now it should open the form, yeah. So, okay, this is my first section, my man. This is just some description right here. So now when we click create, yeah, okay, so that was not, that wasn't expected. So, okay, it's because we just messed up the, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, so this render form, where yeah, exactly, it's because of this, right? Okay, so let's figure it out. How do we want this to work, right? So if this left side is empty, right? We okay. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. Yeah, so we can't really do what I just did here, can we? Right? I don't think so. So let's clean that up. Well, actually, we'll still need this guy here, but we don't need. So we just need this, right? Then we need this here, right? But we need to cover the state when there's basically nothing, right? So this is the problem. So we need to kind of put this fella back where it was, meaning, hey, this nav is a conditional thing, right? So we need to do that pretty much like this, right? Okay, and then I guess what we should then just do is just play with these class names instead, right? Because if that's not theirs, I think that I should have just done that 5 minutes ago, right? And it would have been fine. So we're just gonna do this conditionally, right? So here we're gonna say, hey, you know what? If there's no sections right now, so you just started making your course, yeah, and yeah, I mean, yeah, and then over here we want to do another thing, right? As well, we want to say class names, right? And yeah, pretty much like that, right? So now this should be centered. This is my first section. And then when we click create, now it should kind of have that thing, add section, add lecture. This is my first lecture, man. And then it's over here, right? So that's kind of it. And then this is questionable here. Yeah, I don't know if yeah, maybe this guide here, I don't know if it's necessary. And then lastly, this is no longer accurate, I believe. But let's check it out. So if course.sections, if there's no sections, then you shouldn't really be able to publish. That's true. So let's delete this section. So yeah, so publish, you cannot publish an empty course. That's correct. Or if the number of lectures is 0, right? So you can have sections but no lectures. So still, right? You shouldn't be able to publish yet. Now, if I create a lecture, yeah, that publish should have been basically updated. So this logic here is inaccurate. If course lectures or so let's evaluate this. Let's see why this is a little bit failing on us, right? Now let's print this here. So that's probably going to evaluate to true. Yeah. So yeah, so this seems wrong, right? So let's print course dot sections, right? So we have 2 sections, right? That's really weird. Oh shit, actually it's true. I didn't create a lecture, I created just another section. That's the problem. Alright, so it actually does work, right? It's just I didn't realize that I created another section. So yeah, so you can see now we can publish it. If we remove it, you cannot publish it again. Okay, so that works. That's cool. So let's just get rid of that. Okay, cool. And then probably this publish button. Yeah, this one you should probably yeah, there was a bug there that I found. So this publish should probably be a different color or something. I think, didn't I have like in our core UR library, didn't we have like something like this? I don't know if, oh yeah, exactly. Right. And actually, let's add some sort of a tooltip to this just for the UX, right? So let's just say here, tooltip, let's import our tooltip from our core library. Let's say here, ID, publish button, tooltip, and then content is going to be, is it content or what is it? Children, text, yeah. And this is going to be basically, we're going to say, it's publishable. Well, let me just make sure this is. Actually, yeah, so this has to be a truthy value. It cannot be 0, right? So that's good. So here we have is publishable. I guess I don't know if that word exists. So here we're going to neglect that. So if it's not publishable, then it should be disabled. And here we want to say if it's publishable, if it's not publishable, and some text, right? Cool story. What the fuck is happening, man? Okay. That's weird, man. Wait, what is happening with this? So this basically is a boolean, right? Let's explicitly say it's a boolean, and it's publishable if sections length is greater than 0, and course sections. So this basically thing, the number of lectures is greater than 0 as well, right? There's so many of these details. Albedim, hey buddy, how you doing? Okay, so there is definitely, so if it's not publishable, and yeah, that's also inaccurate. We don't have to cast that, it's already a boolean. So now it is publishable. We delete this. Okay, cool story. That's awesome. Okay, and let's update this. So we're gonna say, in order to publish course, please create at least one section and one lecture. Something like that, right? Nice, man. That's awesome. Congrats. That is great, man. I'm happy for you. I think this actually can be a JSX node. And main reason why I'm saying this is because I just want to see if I can smack in a break line so this text is not... Yeah, in order to publish a course, please create at least one section and one lecture. Yeah, something like that. How's the project going? Project is as always, man. It's moving forward, right? I just spent 4 or 5 hours a week on this, so you know, it's when I have the time to stream, sometimes time to time and stuff like that. So so it's a good, man, good. It's moving forward, right? So that's really all that there is. There was one strange thing that I thought I saw. Maybe it was just development related, right? Yeah, I almost feel that I did click on that. It's so weird. Okay, so yeah. Okay, let's just do the whole thing. So we have a section, we have a lecture. Works. Yeah, so that's a bit weird. Yeah, there was a little glitch there, I think. Let me just try to spam it a little bit here. Okay. Yeah, this is all open source. I mean, the libraries. This is, you can just find. Give me 1 second. You can just find Yale here. And thank you so much, man. If you want to contribute, be my guest, and give it a star if you want. Okay, so this is, I guess, a validation issue now, which, yeah, we need to make sure to kind of do these things. Yeah. Okay, so there is something there. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me just push this to prod, even though it's not perfect yet. I think we're almost there. There's a lot of details. There's a lot of complexity. but it's getting there for sure. It's moving forward without a doubt. We've upped the Yale, so these are the things. Actually, so most of the things I've already added. Did I not? Super. Yeah, there's gonna be a few more bugs without a doubt, but that's what it is. That's how it is. Let's push that. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, cool. Cool. So that's gonna get deployed. Let's actually take a look at where's our PN thing, PN dashboard, Cloudflare pages. Let's see if we're gonna actually deploy this or not, because there's a bunch of changes. Let's see if it's gonna manage to build it or if it's gonna fail with something. Give me 1 second. Just need to wait for this fella to. All right, building. You can do it. I hope. Yep. All right, cool. Let's just check production now when it's deployed, so we know that it's fine, right? Success. Blah blah blah. Deploying to CDN. Let's see if we broke anything. Courses. Okay, well, ouch. Okay, so the initial thing that it selected is wrong. That's what we saw, right? Let's see what happens. So if I click here, you'll basically notice that, okay, so it's not selecting the, okay, so we'll fix that right away. That's good. Let's go to the dashboard for courses for your, where you handle your stuff. Does drag and drop still work? Nah, doesn't seem so. At least it's not indicating it there. Okay. So wait, let's write these things down. Drag and drop of sections is broken. Can I increase the sound? No, I think you have to increase the sound on your end. I mean, doesn't that make more logic to you? I'm not gonna increase my microphone sound because you don't hear it well and everybody else does, right? That would be a little bit silly. Okay, so it's just okay. So we broke that one. So that's the only thing so far, right? I guess. Let's see. It's just some people are funny, and then lecture slug is not appended. Is not appended to the end of the URL when opening a course. Okay, I see what's happening. I think I already know. Is music too loud? I mean, if it's too loud, some of you should say it, right? Because nobody complained about the music. Would you try Bun? Yeah, I've tried Bun when it came out. I mean, I can bump the music a bit. Okay, so but anyway, I think the issue is here. I think this logic here is making this slug not actually work properly. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so something in here is not appending this. So this thing here is not working, right? Most likely. So let's see. So let's do this console log. So this for some reason is not navigating properly, right? Okay, I see what's happening. And some of these things are the overall project is not fully open source, no, but But yeah, I do accept PRs on this UI library, for example. Like you could contribute to the UI library and stuff like that, absolutely. But to the whole project, no. But yeah, you can actually take a look. There's a bunch of libraries here. Yeah, we need to play saxophone in the stream. And then this is the UI library, basically. I don't know if you're getting any links on YouTube. I hope you are. Wait a minute, but I need to fix this. So why is this selected lecture slug? So this seems to be empty. So there's something wrong here, right? So there's something wrong with this thing. This is not correct, right? Okay, let's try that again. Try that again. Yep. Thank you very much, man. So yeah, so something's off here, right? For sure. So let's fix this. We must, this is like pretty crucial, right? Oh, actually, yeah. So this is pretty much what we need, right? There as well. That is the irony of it. So that is a little bit annoying, right? So this is pretty much actually what I need, right? This is pretty much what I need, right? And then this to fix this. Actually, we need both. We need both. So we need that, and then we need location dot path name, right? It's okay. It's okay. And then here we're gonna say, you know, something like this. Const slug is, you know, selected lecture dot slug or this, right? And then we should do most likely something like this, right? This is my suspicion here. So now if I go back here, well, we are getting undefined. That fucking sucks, but it's okay. Let me just print location here. So weird, man. Wait, am I? Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Of course, yeah, this is a slight problem, right? Because when we click on this, we're basically sending people to /learn, and then we have to kind of select the first lecture, right? I see what's happening. Okay, so and it's just because I wanted to make this kind of hook as simple as it possibly can be, right? Okay, so I have an idea. Right? So actually here. So here we really what we need to do, we have to use these flattened things, right? So that is the problem, right? So we still need this flattened shit, right? No, we don't actually. So we're gonna do this. So we're gonna say try this or course dot sections of 0. Yeah, exactly. I think they should fix it. There we go. So so if you're not coming from a direct link to this thing, you know, if you're just coming for the first time directly through the courses UI, then use the first thing in the list, right? Okay. So that's one thing we had to fix. We are doing a lot of early returns here, so that's good. Okay. Okay, cool. What is happening now with this other thing we found? So if we go here, another section, my man. So it seems to be some UI related thing most likely. So if I drag this on top of it, nothing's really happening, right? Which is a bit weird. Let's take a look at that. Why? So there's something probably with So this handle sort, right, is that section items length, blah, blah, blah. So let's start from here. It should be simple to fix, I think. Let's just kind of debug from the... Okay, so this is being called, so we're good, right? Then we go into the RTK reducer, right? So we do this, we do the map over the sections. We are clearly sending the proper stuff to the API, so that's all good. Sort. Don't we have... Ooh, that's why, right? Really? I don't think what we... Yeah, we're probably just missing fully the... Yeah. I don't think that we have... Yeah. So how the hell? Huh. Okay, so very simple. It's not a bug. I just haven't implemented this this case in the RTK, right? So let's just go somewhere down here. Just grab this crap. And let's say here, sort section, sort blah, blah, blah. Do this and that. Let's clean them all up. Actually, let's leave the transition states. We're gonna need these. So is there like sort? Do we have a transition state for this? No. So I'm just gonna grab. Sort course sections loading, and then we're gonna pretty much do the same here. We're gonna say success, right, and failed or whatever. How did I do the others? Yeah, and then sections success. We just need these state transitions, right, separately. So that's cool. And then here we can say, where's this sort section lectures? Yeah. Sort loading, sort success, right? And sort failed. So that's cool. That's the first thing we need. Second thing, of course, we need to, hey, what does it mean? What does it mean to you, Alex, to sort things? What does it mean relative to your state, right? Well, what it means is that now we have to, we need to apply some mutations to our sections, right? So here we need to say state.data.sections, right? Hopefully this guy is going to be smart enough to help us with that. No, not really. And then this action.payload, basically, it's going to be a... let's actually take a look at that, right? So if I do this, and if we now do a drag, let's see what happens in our RTK. Are we actually hitting anything? Where is this course actions, courses? No. No. Is it this one? Yeah, course. Sort course sections. We need to update the action names as well, right? Or do we? No. Let's take a look at Redux. Let's see what's happening here. Are we even seeing these things dispatched? Yeah, sort course. Yeah, okay, so we are seeing them in fact, right? So that's cool. Sort section lectures. I think I'm doing the wrong thing. This is sort course sections. Okay. Sort sectional lectures, sort course sections. Okay. Okay, so this is a wrong one. So this should be sort course sections, right? So that's why. Okay, cool. Let's try that again. Now we should be seeing this log over here. Yeah, this is a Redux RTK. Yeah. Exactly, right? So here we have this. So this is the meta. The payload is undefined, but we have this argument, right? Yeah. So we have action.meta.arg.sections, right? So we have something like action.meta.args arg. So if we do this again, I'm not used to that. No, I don't think that such flat hierarchies should ever been introduced to programming. So now we have basically here an order and an ID, right? So basically we need to now update our state relative to that, right? So this action.meta.arg is essentially going to have so what we can actually do, we can just do something like this. So we can do something like this, const ordered, right? We can then pass this here. And then over here, we can just return ordered, which basically makes this arg to have sections on it, right? So now if we do this, so we should have the ordered sections, and we can, we can leave it like this, but we really need the ID and the order so we can then match it, right? And now here we have to say, hey, well, now has an ID and an order. We need to order the state.data.sections by whatever the order is in actions.meta.arg.sections, right? Yeah, so here we're basically swapping the order as we loop through them, right? And there we go. Bam. It works, right? So that's now fixed as well. And then, of course, we have internal order of these guys, which, of course, test. Let's make sure that that still works. It should have no significance to what I just did here, but let's just make sure of that. So we can order this. What? Or wait a minute. Oh, of course we can't, because we now need to implement that as well. So all good, right? We just forgot about that. Okay. Beautiful. And yeah, what it is, well, we have to do the same pretty much for the inner ones, right? For the items inside of these sections, right? So basically this, right? We'll need to implement in a second as well. So let's clean this up. We'll need to handle these errors and stuff. I do have an error for each specific case. But that's it, right? So this is our mutation now for that state. And we're gonna do the same here. The one benefit and downside of this of Redux RTK is that there's a little bit of boilerplate, not much actually. It's a lot more beautiful than old-fashioned Redux, right? And flux pattern. Actually, there's actually no boilerplate, but these are the cases you have to handle somewhere anyway. So every single asynchronous operation you do is at one point happening, meaning loading, and then it becomes binary. It either succeeds or it fails. And the beauty of RTK in this context is that you really have each of the builders, each of the cases has these three states. Things can be loading, things can be failing, or things can fail, or things can succeed. And then you, as you can see in each of the cases, decide what does it mean for me when ordering, for example, fails, right? So we're going to do this. We're just going to replace these bad boys here. And then what we're going to do, we need to go into these transitions. These transitions are something I created. This is not something that, of course. And then here, I'm just going to do like this, lectures, right? I mean, if it works, right, you don't have to necessarily update it, right? There's nothing wrong inherently with the previous version of Redux, right? So if it works, there's no tangible value in updating it to the newer thing unless it's a code that you're maintaining constantly, right? You have to find pieces of code in your software which are very dynamic and very prone to changes due to the extensions of the system. Sometimes some systems have code that's never touched in a period of 10 years, right? If it's that type of code, then there's no value in updating it. But if you have a bunch of the state that you're constantly dealing with, then of course the value is there, right? Otherwise it's not. Okay, so these are good. We forgot to update some of these errors, so they should be failed to. And we're gonna do this in next batch of optimization stuff. Failed to sort the course sections, and basically here pretty much is gonna be failed to sort the course lectures, right? Okay, so let's go now over here and see what it is that we do here. So it's pretty similar in this async tank, right? In this service here. So we can also do things like this, right? We need the section ID and stuff. That's great. So let's say here const sorted. Let's just do this. Let's pass the sorted stuff here. And this should be fairly simple, right? Because we're not also expecting anything from the API. So we're going to say here return. Not really, right? We're going to say return section ID and sorted, right? Then if we go back over here, this action should kind of give us what we need. So we'll just say console.log action.arg, what is it? Meta.arg sections. No, so what do we have? We have dot lectures and then action.meta.arg.section ID, right? So something like that. So now if I, in theory, drag this, we should be getting that, right? And we are. And the state, it looks correct. And yeah, what is to say? Now we just need to, hopefully this Copilot is going to be smart enough about this, because it's a fairly simple computation, and we're going to review this, but I have an expectation that it's already good. So if we go back here now, it should work, and as we can see, it in fact does do the proper state mutation, right? So we can see if we kind of nuke this thing and we do this, right? It's pending fulfilled, right? And of course the same applies to if I just move this thing over here, it should just go there, right? There we go, beautiful. Okay, well, that's great. Let's see what it did. So I hate the way that it writes the code, so let's just early return if this is the case, and then we're gonna do this thing here like this. That's the one thing that we're gonna change. Lectures, order, see if it matches. If it matches, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Yeah, there's one thing that I dislike whatsoever here is that I mean, I don't like the zero thing. I'm gonna say order or lecture dot, or use the existing order. I don't know why that did that. That makes zero sense. Why would you do that, ChatGPT? That's not very smart. Same here, right? If you fail, or if you something goes wrong, just use the order that you had before. All right, beautiful. All right, cool. Let's push this to production. Interesting. just review that very quickly. Give me 2 seconds. All right, cool. All right, let's just smack this bad boy. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. And I think we fixed both of these, right? Yeah. Cool. There was actually some error here. Oh, recipe realm. Wow. Okay. There's yeah. I mean, he added a lot of ads to it as well. Oh my god, man. What the fuck is this, bro? Look at these ads. He wants to make money. I can tell you that. Look at these. What is this? Look, there's an ad below every. There's a literally ad everywhere. What is this, man? You will by accident click. I promise you that. If you use this. Yeah. This guy was in my stream very long ago. I gave him feedback and he never came back. No, I got the ad block as well, but for some reason my Chrome is... Look at these ads, man. Jesus Christ, man. He wants to make some cash. Wow, man. He literally didn't... Every single advice I gave him, he did the opposite. And this is the result of that. Like, I literally... Every single thing I did, he's like, okay, everything that this guy told me, I'm gonna do the opposite way. Oh, man. Like, when I was learning programming... There was barely a book that you can buy, let alone internet and YouTube. And then this guy's like, I literally opened this site and I gave him all this feedback, like, hey, and he did the opposite. What a legend. What a legend. Fuck you, Alex. Fuck you and your advice, okay? Fuck you, Alex, and your shitty advice. You and your condescending tone, and I get it, man. I get it. I don't blame the guy. I don't blame the guy for sure. I can be too much. No questions about that. No questions about that, my friend. So actually, I think a lot of people are having caching issues, and this is one of the things that I wanted to fix for a very long time, right? I can see that this is basically a cache issue. The biggest problem, it's very difficult for me to encounter this issue so I can basically fix it, right? Because I can see that somebody went to some article, and I really want to fix this, right? Because a lot of people are getting blank screens because they have like super old cached version of the site. And this is basically the stack trace, right? And I know why it happens. It's just hard to fix because it's hard to get. Yeah, that's so weird, man. Okay. All right, so that's good, guys. That's good. I think we did a lot. I think we did a lot. I'm actually happy with the outcome. There is a bit more stuff, more polishing, but it's getting there. It is for sure getting there. Ooh. Okay, so basically I'm prematurely doing it, right? So I'm prematurely, so wait. Wait, what is happening? Yeah, there's something's wrong here. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, we need to fix that right away. So what's happening here, it seems... Wait a minute. Oh, wait. So no, that is actually good. But what I wanted to do is, yeah, both of them are sorting, and I think it's because it could be that this is being called, right? Both of these, right? Handle sort. Where am I doing this? Handle sort and sorted. Yeah, exactly. So my suspicion is actually, let's try to get that locally, right? Because that would be cool. Then it's super easy to fix, right? So if I just move this, right, we should get, yeah, exactly. Okay. So both of them are called, and I wonder, wait, if it's because of this console.log. And let's do the 2, right? I'm not saying it's that, but we have something somewhere that's messed up, right? Yeah. It is this. Okay, my suspicion was fine. So if section items length is 0, yeah, this makes no sense, right? So we want to do this. And I remember why I implemented this, so the logic is fine. It does make sense. It's just, yeah. So now that, in theory, should work. Nah, still fuck. Oh. We'll fix the type issue, but I think that's also it. That's weird. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. But yeah, the issue is here. We almost got it there. Yeah. And let's see what an error is. But I think it's problem... Oh! So what is this section that we get? Is this what we really get? Oh, it is. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so let's just let's print it, right? Sections and section. Let me print it here. Yeah, so I need to rethink just this for a little while. Give me a second, because I think this is problematic here, right? So I think if we take a look at this handle sort, it's just the nature of how this works, right? How I built the section ID number handle sort. I mean, what we could do to improve this a little bit, I suppose, right, is we could kind of, yeah, let's maybe do that, and then we can more or less round up for today. But I think on sorted here, right, so this is, as you can see, this is what we do. So what we could do, right, is yeah, so we should probably have some type saying, hey, what am I sorting? Am I sorting the sections? Or we can have a literally different different, we can just have separate separate handlers for that. But you can see here we have unsorted. We call it here, right, for the sections, but also we have it for yeah. So let's maybe do that. I think I'm going to do that itself, right? So just not to have this magic, right? So what I'm going to do basically here, I'm going to say, hey, okay, so let's go and update the type, right? So we're going to go here, and we're going to say type, and then it's going to be one of these guys, right? It's either going to be a section or a lecture. We can just reuse that. It doesn't really matter. And then here we can just have data, right, as a generic thing. And then yeah, that's just, I just wanted to preserve the interface to be as generic as possible. But here we can set data, and we can say it's either the sections or basically this, right? So you're going to get one or the other, and that's going to be based on the type here, right? And I'm going to answer whatever the question is in a moment. Okay, so now if we get over here, right? Here now we can say here we are basically type is going to be sections, right? And then the data, because this is sections, should just be expected 2 arguments, but got 3. Where is the third argument? I don't have. What? Oh, is this reorder returning like what? No. So it takes the type and it takes the data, right? Yeah. So why is this guy complaining now? Oh, my bad. I'm an idiot. So here we're gonna say this. Sorry, my bad. And then we're gonna import this. So that should be that, right? Now if we go down here, it's gonna be similar but different. So we're gonna say, hey, here I'm actually doing this. But it seems actually that here we also need the sections, right? So this should be lectures. No, so actually it's almost great. It's almost great. So yeah, let's leave it like that. Let's just leave the rest of the stuff as it actually was. And then here, I'll just revert for a second. I don't know how I had it before, that's why. Yeah, exactly. So like this. Bam. Right? And then if we get over here, we're going to basically have it almost the same, just with the exception that this now is the lectures, right? So that's good, right? Now if we go to the story here, we need to adjust it so it still works, right? We'll print this. And then we'll do the same for the others, just so we don't, right? So we'll just select all of them and then do this. Oops, what the fuck? Dude, are you kidding me, bro? What? Come on, man. Why is it? Is my keyboard dead or no? So why are you not copy pasting stuff, dude? So weird, man. And then here. and then here as well. Just wanted to do it all at once, but it's just how it is. Okay, cool. And I love these consoles for a reason. So if we actually go to this project and run the storybook now and just test it a little bit, we should be able to see. So if I drag and drop now, hopefully without non-interactive, yeah. So you can see that the primary type now is sections. And if I drag and drop the internal guys, ouch. Yeah, so you can see, so it's basically the issue of this thing, yeah. So that's problematic a bit. So let's go, so it seems to be rather a bug as well, right, on drag, on sort. So yeah, so why, so you can see actually, so we need, it's probably, we need to prevent, yeah, okay. So yeah, there's an extra call firing regardless of what we're doing here, right? Yeah, so lectures and then it calls the sections again. Yeah, that is absolutely wrong. Let's see why is that happening. Set selected item. That shouldn't really be happening. Handle section drop. This is, yeah, this is happening here. And then on sorted. On dragged. And really, why do I need this? Why do I need to send this? It makes, let me see how section, I map through all of the section, I find the ID, then I update the section items. I mean, I don't actually need this, right? Anyway, so we can in fact simplify this, right? And we will actually simplify it now when I think about it. So we will go with that data idea I had. So it's gonna be data like this, or like this, right? So that is fine. Let's just, we're now rounding up, so it's okay. And then basically this I can get rid of, right? Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, we can get rid of that, I guess. Wait, what did I do? No, that was wrong. That was wrong. I was supposed to remove this. Okay, so that's cool. Now, of course, this is going to be a little bit problematic here because yeah. This should probably now, wait a minute, what happened? Yeah, so we still have the same issue. That doesn't really matter, right? That is problematic there. And let's print here the, so type and sections, or data, let's call this data now, right? And make sure we're in the right story, primary story, okay, sure. So here I'm gonna say data now, and data, and I'm gonna print the data here now, right? There's no people, it's me only now. Oh, well, always. Okay, so sorry, it's just going back and forth. I will revert what I just did, like just past few steps. It's just a matter of I need to get a feeling what is more developer friendly, right? So this is more developer friendly for sure. So we should kind of have as what we have. So the only little issue with this component now that we can see is that this internal thing also reorders the calls the actual because you can both drag and drop internal items of the section, and then the sections themselves can be reordered. So we need to figure out what it is that's making this thing do what it does, right? And I'm just suspecting that it could be this set state here, but we'll see. So we have unsorted called over here, and then here when this draggable list that we wrote is called, right? Yeah. You can see lectures and sections. So sections are always called. So what is triggering that? It has to be an effect of some sort or something, right? Let's just try to minimize, but just the potential. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. So this is actually fine, right? Just give me 1 second, fellas. This is pretty much before I round up for today. Lyso, my friend, good to see you again. I just want to kind of finalize this and then I can deploy this and then we are done for today. It's just we need to figure out why is this being called, man? Like, the only reason... Yeah, that's so weird. So weird. I guess because it gets re-rendered, right? And stuff, and that I get, but why would on this get called, right? That's so weird. Wait, let's take a look at that. So we do this, or this. Yeah, wow, why would this event fire? Like, it makes no sense. Yeah, 8 hours later. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, yeah. So why is this firing? That so makes zero sense. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense, to be honest. Let's see. It's some internal JavaScript thing or this this synthetic event because yeah. So yeah, I get that we re-render, right? No. So this shouldn't really be. This should only fire when on drag event it happens, right? And so sure, right? When we do this, our list is gonna re-render it. That is reasonable, right? But then why would this get called? This is basically only called, right? On drag. What is the difference on drag and capture? I don't actually know, to be very frank with you, but let's see. So weird. I mean, what? Okay. Yeah, it's so weird. Why would it fire the drag event? Maybe because we are dragging inside. I mean, we are technically dragging inside of it, right? So yeah, maybe on drag. I don't know, but we are dragging, in fact, inside of that thing, right? Okay, maybe this. Okay, maybe. Okay, wait. No, it's not that. I don't think it's that. Wait. No, I don't think so. No, definitely not. Wait. I mean, is anything happening at this? No, actually, well, we should not be seeing. No, definitely not. This would DDoS. We would DDoS ourselves with this, right? So you can see we have that problem, right? How do we get around that problem, right? Because, I mean, I would expect this event to get fired when I'm dragging the element itself, not when I'm dragging the children of that, right? So that's the problem we have, right? But it seems that this does include the children as well, which is pretty terrible, right? I mean, we could have some statement here to get around that. That's not the point. We could say, hey, if what I'm dragging is not a section, return. I get that. But I don't want this to get executed. We could get around this problem. I get that, right? It's just, right? So that's for sure the problem. Okay, let's ask the robot. Run code 1 debug. I have a section in my React app that I have drag and drop on. I can drag the section itself over other sections, but also inside the sections I have elements that are draggable. How can I prevent the inner children of section to fire on drag on the section itself, right? Hey everybody, thank you everybody for your follows. I hope you're having learning something or having fun at least. Good to have everybody here. Thank you for coming. To prevent a drag event of the section from being fired when dragging the inner elements, you can use... Yeah, but we are stopping propagation. That's not true, man. Or maybe... Ah, okay, I see. Huh. But aren't we doing that already? Let's see. I mean, hopefully I'm doing that in my draggable list already, right? Ah, shit, I'm not. So probably this is the problem, right? Let's see now. I thought that I'm stopping propagation from the lower children, but I'm not. Yeah, the social platform is already up. It's already live for a while, so you can register. Okay, I think we fixed it. I think that's it, right? So we have to stop the bubbling up of the events from the children, right? Ah. I mean... Wait a minute. Let me not get ahead of myself. I'm getting too happy too soon, I think. I'm getting too happy too soon. On drag end. Okay, I think that's it. And if we go to the draggable list, let's see now if we comment that out. There we go. Okay, so yes, so that's the propagation that I had to stop. I thought actually I'm already doing that, but it wasn't the case. Okay, cool, amazing. Okay, well, you can see one tiny detail and shit can go wrong. Okay, let's push this to npm. Let's bump this version and let's push it to our CI and stuff like that. Deserved progress, yeah. I mean, you know, it's the thing that you wouldn't check. So it's this one-liner that messes the whole functionality up. And now we have this type as well, which is, I think, a lot better to have. Now we don't have to do strange if statements in places. So that's cool. We're gonna do all of that. I guess we can get rid of these consoles. Hex, yo. So let's clean that up, I suppose. Uzbekistan isn't it there already? I thought that I have all of the countries in the country list. Oh. Alright. Sounds good, man. Let's do it. Let's do it together. Let's do it together. I think I have countries hard-coded. Wow. Of course, man, of course. Uzbekistan. Wait. Is there a country here that starts with U? Yeah. Okay. Jesus Christ. Many countries are not known, man. It doesn't mean anything. I'm sure that your country is amazing. Okay, So here it is. Let's push it to production already. Add Uzbekistan to the list of countries. To the countries of list of countries. Okay, my brain is starting to lag. And let's push this. My pleasure, man. Thank you. Let's make sure that my CI has kicked in. Give me a second. API. Add Uzbekistan to the list of countries. Yeah. Okay, it's running there. It should be live in like 2 minutes. Cool, man. Cool. Okay, going back to the other thing. Yeah. You know, I know about Uzbekistan, man. You know, I was. Okay, cool. So let's fix this bad boy here. Hopefully now. Bam. Do I look like a person who watches that piece of trash? I would ban that competition right now. In 2 seconds. You might get this question, but as a veteran in the industry, advice do you have for the people early in their career? Focus on value. Focus on value. Everything's about value. Focus on the value and always ask yourself, how would I make decisions if this was my company, right? So focus on being valuable. Focus on being valuable. We are all products. You are a product. I am a product. We're all products, and we are all trying to sell each other. Don't think of yourself as when you go to Lidl and when you see that product on a shelf, that's what you are. You're a product. And how well packaged you are, how well you look, how good you look, how good marketing around yourself you build, that's how much success you're gonna have. So think of yourself as a product, and you are working for a company because they're paying you. It's a mutual kind of agreement. And also what I want to say, sorry. Just focus on value. You are good as much as you're valuable. Nobody likes the talker. Nobody likes the complainer. Everybody likes a doer. So be proactive, not reactive. Be focused on doing rather than talking and complaining. Grow up. Be an adult. Understand that programming is no different job than any other business. We have to bring value. We have to make money. We have to pay salaries. It's not a childish game. Nobody gives a shit about your framework, your API language, your Vim, your VS Code. This is all just childish. It's all about how much value you can contribute to the organization where you work. And that's really it. If I can go back 17 years back now when I started working professionally, or if I can go 20 years back when I was a kid programming various things, if I could apply these types of things back then, today I would be a fucking CEO of Apple or some shit like that, right? So if you can focus on the value, on the problem, on the customer, that is the top-notch engineer. That is the 10x engineer. The term for 10x is exactly that. Person who knows the product that they work for inside out, person that can deliver value, and delivering value can be done in various ways. Delivering value can mean empowering people around you. It can mean helping your customer success, helping your sales, writing code. It can mean many things in many settings. When I say deliver value, that doesn't apply to code only. In fact, it mostly doesn't apply to code at all. And if you build yourself up as a valuable professional of that sort, everybody's going to want to hire you because why? Well, you deliver value. You're not talking. By the way, Uzbekistan is now on the list. That's it. Everything else is just childish game. You have these influencers, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, and all of this shit, selling you crap, selling you these courses, selling you this shit. That's that's mostly for juniors. Actually, primarily and only for juniors, right? That's why most of these streamers are basically watched demographically by people from age 18 to probably 22 or something like that, because only this demographics is impressed by green terminals, Vims, Emacs and shit. The rest of the seniors, they're making money, building products, solving real problems, right? That is basically it. That is it. It's not to criticize the younger people. This is by no means, we are all of us have been super young at one point. I'm just saying, I wish when I was age of 18, I didn't know this either. And I'm just saying, I wish I did. I wish I did, because I would not waste time on stupid shit, on discussing frameworks and libraries and crap. I would have started building products all the time way earlier, and I would be focusing on that, not on wasting time on frameworks and libraries and languages that come and go, right? That just that I'm not sure what is LOC. I'm not sure what LOC is. I don't know this term. You have to tell me what it is. Why? Seriously, why does it matter how many lines of code are there? Do people evaluate lines of code, really? CS Wind, hey there. I don't know how many lines of code, man. The fuck happened here? I never really asked that question myself. Oh yeah, now we have to adjust this. Okay, so now, bear with me. I just need to, what was it? Yeah, okay. Where was this? This was course on sorted. Yeah. So this thing now, yeah, so here now we actually have a third argument, which is type, and then which is accordion. Was it accordion types? I don't think so. I don't think it's accordion types. What was it? Dot. Yeah, it is. It is, right? So here now we can say, instead of this, we can say if type is accordion types dot accordion type section, or no, what sections, then call this bad boy. Otherwise, you know, if, let's just be very explicit. My pleasure, man. Thank you, man. Thank you very much for signing up. That's super cool. I mean, I'm gonna be building this thing for many years. I'm sure it's a huge scale thing that I'm building alone. And maybe, you know, there are a few people who've been showing their interest, but I'm being very careful onboarding anybody because of the past. It hasn't worked out well. But yeah, sign up. Who knows? Maybe we have 1,200, almost 1,300 people signed up, but barely anybody logs in. Actually, I can show you some numbers. Just so you can see that. I mean, okay, maybe conversion rate is not that terrible, but I can show you some numbers. So you can see we have 4 users this month, for example, who signed up but didn't complete their profiles. This month we had 34 unique users who logged in. In April we had 53 unique users who logged in. So you can kind of see the numbers. They're not that great. This month we have eight people who signed up, and other things I cannot show you because there's a PII data in there, personal identifiable data in there that I'm not going to share. But this is just so yeah. So it's not that great, but it's not that bad either, right? Because you know, a lot of people just sign up and never come back, right? But who knows? That's I'm sure conversion rate of all products like this is like that, right? That's just how it is. What the fuck, man? Is it calling them both again? Are you kidding me, man? Dude, are you kidding me, man? Like, what? Ah, come on, dude. It's getting a little bit annoying, I must admit. Wait a minute. Where is this crap that we just did? Handle sort, yeah. Oh, okay, good. Sorry. Fuck. Ah, I was almost scared. Good. Great. I mean, there was never a launch, right? I mean, depending what you mean. I mean, again, keep in mind, I spend maybe, 5 to 7 hours a week on this project, and everything is built more or less in the stream, right? So there was never really a launch of that sort that you might be thinking about, right? So technically, I mean, you get what I mean, right? So it depends what you mean by launch, right? But there was I mean, I very early pushed this online so people can click around, and right. The thing is, I mean, again, as I said many times, not to bore people too much, Twitch is not a great platform for this sort of stuff, because most people here, they, again, this is not a criticizing, please don't misunderstand me. A lot of people here come because they need help, they want to get advice and stuff, and they leave, right? So this is not a community of builders. Like, for example, if you go to indiehackers.com, this is a good community for builders. And I'm going to actually shift my Twitch stream more and more towards these communities, because this is where you can meet people who want to build, who want to get interested about building products. You guys, most of you here, you're going to be here now. You might visit the stream another time, sometimes, and you're never going to come back. And you don't really care, which is fine. You came for something else. So the point is, you can't really get anything positive on Twitch that, at least in this context, right? Most people who build products, the dev dad who rated me, you know, and a lot of great people out there building super nice things, nobody really watches them because of the product. You know, they just get some free advice, free tips, and once they get a gist of the person and what the person is saying, because all of us have finite, you know, advice to give, they're gone somewhere else, and that's fine, right? It's just it's not a very good platform for doing this type of stuff, right? Because I started streaming because I wanted to find early adopters, people who are willing to help out, right? Etc. etc. But people are not interested in that. People don't care, and mainly because a lot of people are young, and of course that you don't care because, you know, man, I need to find a job. I don't give a shit about your platform, which is understandable. I support that 100%, right? But that's just how it is, right? So, you know, you're basically on your own. No, absolutely, and they should not take me wrong. I'm not talking about these types of people, RTO, right? I mean, I never watched Twitch, or I never watched anyone. So I mean, my advice is always, you probably have something better to do. So nobody's. I'm talking about the people who do watch, right? Not about people who do not watch, right? I'm talking about these who are actually spending their time already, right? And what is there for them, right? I don't think that people should be, you know. Yeah, for sure. They're exactly, definitely. Is this working? Yeah, it is. Okay, beautiful. But again, not a critique. It's just my personal observation, right? We don't, of course. It's just my personal observation for streaming more than a year, right? It's just the community is not really for what somebody who wishes to build things is really. You know, it's just that's my take. That's the only thing I mean. Wait, did I actually? Is this deployed? Give me 1 second. Yeah, so it is deployed technically. So wait, maybe we had a cached version or something. Yeah, something's wrong here. Something isn't correct. Yeah, this is not good. Yeah, so I think there's probably some little tiny thing we missed in the state. It seems to be a UI thing. Huh, interesting. Wait a minute. Yeah, so it kind of works. So it's a little bit weird. But if I drag this guy all the way to the top, right? Okay. And then if I refresh, I guess. So server works, right? Yeah, should I work remotely as a software engineer? Let's move this here and let's refresh. Okay, so we'll do that another time. I've been streaming for too long, guys. I've never streamed for 5 hours for all of this time. So I'll need to round up now. I've never streamed this. I don't even stream this long in 2 combined streams. So let's just round it up and let's just say goodbye to each other. As always, thank you. Thank you, especially those of you who keep coming back and making it fun for me to program, Leo and the rest of you and the new people as well. Thanks a lot for coming. It could be Mohit. We fix it another time. I'm gonna go be with my wife and my kid a bit and hang out with them. And I appreciate you all, seriously. Thank you so much. Be well, be smart, work hard as always. What is to say? And I'll see you guys another time. Maybe tomorrow, maybe another time. I don't know when, whenever I feel like I should be streaming. Thank you guys again. And be well and take care. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye. Cheers.